Hello and welcome back again. After dedicating the past 3 weeks in a deep research to prepare a series of presentation on ESG largely confined to India. So let us start with the introduction of this series. Looking at the vibrant economy of India, environmental, social and governance criteria have gained increasing relevance in India during the past decade, driven by the rising sustainability challenge, regulatory policy, investor demand and global influence. However, the pace of ESG in India is still developing as it is largely practiced among 100 listed companies only, while the remaining largely grapple in the boardroom amount confusion over the implementation part. This happens due to advent of many international players adopting their framework and reporting system to be the best in the market. Globally, the commitment to the Paris Agreement, UN SDGs and net zero emission have pushed export-driven Indian companies to embedded ESG policy. This forced the Government of India to initiate ESG in India from profit to responsible business, accounting more towards socially responsible behavior. Spirited race against time, India has boldly positioned itself at the forefront of the global ESG movement, transcending the traditional focus on profit to embrace a more holistic approach towards environment, stewardship, social responsibility, and exemplify corporate governance. The journey has been marked by significant milestones, starting with the launch of National Voluntary Guidelines by Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 2009, the embedded of corporate social responsibility with a legal fabric under Clause 135 of the Companies Act of 2013, the alignment of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in 2016, the introduction of National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct in 2009, the integration of GRI standards with SEBI Business Responsibility Reporting Framework by BSE in 2022, and the pioneering of the Balanced Framework for ESG Disclosure Rating and Investing in 2023. This evolution reflects India's unwavering commitment to setting a new benchmark in sustainable and responsible practice. Despite these, wrong myths and confusion still prevails among the industries and ESG professionals regarding the elements to be included in these 3 pillars of ESG. What should be measurable yardstick when industry operations are concerned beyond profit margin, and how they are more responsible could be projected at the stock exchange with the rating agency that has a feeble knowledge regarding the existing law of our country, which are somehow directly or indirectly associated with the ESG operation. Besides, varying methodology for their data collection makes it tedious as well as irrational to check the true performance of ESG in the commercial entity. Though India is lagging when compared globally in the matters of ESG implementation, the market intelligence reveals that definite pathway India is paved with the opportunity to create a corporate ecosystem that not only prosper economically but also contributes to a healthier planet and towards a more equitable society. Thus, taking the lead from this, a series of videos episode is planned to deliver right information as per the existing law and educate the concerned professionals and business entity operating from India. So stay tuned every week at 9 p.m. on Thursday with a new episode on ESG for India, which will be screened on this channel. An appeal is made for all upcoming professionals and interested business entities. Request to subscribe my channel. Hello and welcome back to my channel. Today I will introduce you to one of the most demanding topics related to the rise of ESG in India and an overview. It's noteworthy that this concept made its way to India about a decade after its introduction in 1998 by John L. Kington, co-founder of the business consultant Sustainability. In this presentation, I will discuss how the ESG concept has evolved within the Indian trade and commerce sector since 2009 onward. There is still a lot of confusion surrounding ESG implementation in India since its inception here in 2011. Uncertainty remains regarding the key players driving ESG adoption and how to operationalize it locally. While international ESG framework and rating agency are marketing their Western-centric system here, my focus will be on promoting ESG specifically within the Indian industrial context. My goal is to refer ESG competency domestically across the Confederation of Indian Industry members and relevant government ministry to compete globally. Over this series, I will explore ESG component in Indian context under existing rules and regulation. This incorporates current environmental and social protection with corporate governance ethics for mandatory ESG disclosure. I believe it's important to share my observation and experience in implementing the ESG scheme in India. The intent is to bring clarity to the understanding of ESG in the Indian context. Subsequently, presentation will cover various aspects including the ESG framework, hierarchical setup, functional values, establishment of protocols, challenges of implementations and the integrations of institutions along with the option for certifying professionals and institutions. So stay tuned for an in-depth exploration of ESG and its relevance in Indian landscapes. Based on my experience, I find there has been substantial progress in integrating ESG principle into business operation, as provided from 2011 onwards. Thus, several challenges and problems need to be addressed for the effective implementation of ESG in India. Firstly, there is a substantial lack of awareness and education regarding ESG among business, investors, and the general public. Many companies remain unaware of the potential advantage of ESG integration and struggle to incorporate these principles into their strategies. Secondly, India's regulatory framework for ESG is still evolving. While efforts have been made to establish guidelines for ESG reporting and disclosure, the absence of comprehensive and standardized reporting framework leads to inconsistency and confusion for businesses. Thirdly, the quality of standardization of ESG data in India are often subpar, making it challenging for investors to accurately assess a company's sustainability efforts and make informed investment decisions. Fourthly, the prevalence of short-termism in Indian business driven by pressure to deliver immediate financial results often clash with the long-term perspective required for successful ESG investment. The relentless focus on quarterly earning can hinder the adoption of the sustainable practices. Fifthly, effective stakeholder engagement remains a significant hurdle. Companies struggle to engage transparently and meaningfully with a diversified range of stakeholders, including employees, local communities, and environmental groups. Resource constraints also impeded ESG efforts, especially among the small and medium-sized enterprises that lacks the resource and expertise to implement comprehensive ESG initiative. Gender diversity is a persistent concern with the Indian companies struggling to achieve gender parity at the leadership level, which is a critical aspect of the social in ESG. Lastly, the managing supply chain risk related to ESG is another daunting challenge, particularly for companies with complex supply chain. Ensuring responsible sourcing and ethical supply chain practice required substantial efforts. And the last is enforcement and accountability mechanism related to ESG in India are often weak, leading to limited consequences for non-compliance or unethical practice. Next is addressing economic inequality and poverty. Fundamental aspect of social in ESG proves challenging due to India's significant economic disparity. Another is additionally, while ESG investment products are gaining popularity, some financial institutions in India have yet to fully integrate ESG criteria into their investment decision, restricting capital flow to ESG-friendly companies. India's culture and regional diversity necessitate tailoring the ESG consideration to specific contexts and challenges in different regions. Next is related to the policy inconsistency and changes in the government regulation create uncertainty of business with ESG initiative, highlighting the need for consistency long-term policy. Next is India also grapple with the environmental challenges such as air and water pollution, deforestation and resource depletion, complicating efforts to meet the environmental ESG standard. The looming threat of the climatic change further exacerbates the situation, making it difficult for companies, especially those in high carbon emission sector, to align their practice with the climate-related ESG goals. Another is access to green and sustainable financial options remain limited for many Indian business, hindering their ability to invest in ESG projects and initiatives. Lastly, greenwashing, a practice where companies make false or exaggerated claims about their environmental and social efforts, misleads investors and consumers, eroding the credibility of genuine ESG initiatives. Overall, one can say that India's journey towards the effective ESG integration faces multifaceted challenges that requires concrete efforts from various stakeholders to promote sustainable and responsible business practice in the country. Today's presentation primary objective includes addressing the local industry needs through information, education and communication. Unlock insights that tailor to Indian business on ESG, addressing local challenges and opportunities, demystify ESG complexity, identify key components. The series of forthcoming presentation on ESG also aims to identify and define ESG element and develop an operational plan integrating certified professionals and relevant bodies, empowering program managers and policymakers to drive country-specific ESG investment. The overarching goal is to maintain a balance between the nature, human activities, that is social equality, and business equity, that is governance, ensuring with the holistic approach. One can conclude that the series of presentation will strive for balance in our planet, people and prosperity through nature, social equity and good governance practice in India. Here the set objectives are narrated broadly in the coming series of presentation related to the issue of ESG in India. So please be patient and listen to the series of ESG presentation which will cover various type of topics related to ESG in India. One of the key issue is related to the giving meaningful meaning for environmental, social governance, that is ESG, to be defined for India. Let us take in 1998, John Elkington identified a novel cluster of non-financial consideration that should factor into a company's equity value, encompassing non-commercial aspect related to the environmental, social governance in the commercial entity. Subsequently, in 2006, ESG issues were officially introduced in United Nations Principle for Responsible Investment report, which include the Fresh Field reports and Who Cares Win. This represented a pivotal momentum as it marked the first instance where ESG criteria was integrated into the financial assessment of companies. ESG comprises a comprehensive set of standards utilized by the socially conscious investor. It entails evaluating a company's performance in environmental stewardship, scrutinizing social interaction with the stakeholders, and assessing the effectiveness of governance structure, including the leadership, executive compensation, audit practice, internal control, and the shareholder rights. The factors influencing environmental, social, and governance in India are multifaceted and can be broadly classified into four categories as external factors, internal factors, corporate governance practice, and government initiative. External factors globe events such as environmental disaster and social issues have underscored the impact of business activities on the planet and society, leading to recognition of the significance of ESG factors since the late 20th century. Trade agreement countries like EU often includes environmental and labor standard provision, encouraging Indian companies to adopt ESG practice. The availability of ESG rating agency in India and the pivotal role of industrial bodies like CII in actively promoting the ESG principle and guiding companies in implementing ESG practice cannot be overstated. Furthermore, India's participation in the global trade and investment means that international ESG standard and initiatives such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Reporting Framework have significant influence on the Indian business and investing. Another is related to internal factors. Growing environmental awareness about the climate change is increasingly recognized as a major threat in India. Climate risks such as air, water, noise pollution, and social concerns like poverty, inequality, and human rights issues are pressing challenges in India. Consumers and investors are becoming more sensitive to these issues and are seeking companies that contribute positively to society. These challenges are pushing companies to adopt environmentally sustainable practice to mitigate risk and comply with the regulation, leading to public demand for companies to operate sustainable and address environmental issues. Another is related to commercial, that is the corporate governance practice. Change in the board composition, audit process and executive compensation have encouraged companies to enhance their governance standard to align with the ESG principle. The growing interest of domestic and international investors in ESG compliance company has pushed Indian business to prioritize ESG factor for sustainable and social responsible investment, driving companies to improve their ESG performance. Investors, both domestic and international, have shown a growing interest in ESG factor when making investment decisions. This demand has driven companies to improve their ESG practice to attract investment. The upcoming ESG reporting strategy under the stakeholder capitalism approach have created value creation for business using the ESG framework. Overall, unconventional threats from climatic change, environmental challenges, and social awareness together have created the demand of integration of ESG factors into provocative business strategy. Last but not the least is related to the government initiatives. The government has launched several initiatives to promote ESG such as National Action Plan on Climate Change and the Green Energy Mission. Regulators like SEBI have introduced various guidelines and mandates around business responsibility reporting, ESG disclosure and sustainable reporting for the companies. Government policies and regulation play a significant role in shaping ESG practice. India has introduced various policies and regulations related to environmental protection, labor law standard, corporate governance, and sustainable development. These regulations encourages companies to adopt ESG practice and disclose relevant information, thereby boosting ESG adoption. Increasing media coverage of environmental and social issues keep ESG principle in the public eye. These factors together have created a strong momentum of ESG in India, which is still evolving but holds significant potential for shaping a more sustainable and responsible business landscape. To grasp the concept of sustainability, it's essential to understand why it is so crucial. There are three key drivers underscore significance. Firstly, the world's population is growing exponentially. Secondly, there is a finite supply of non-renewable natural resources. Lastly, there is mounting pricing pressure on these non-renewable resources, which will significantly impact sustainable business practice. In simple terms, sustainability means thriving and evolving without depleting the natural resources needed for the future. Different entities define sustainability as per their specific need. The United Nations earlier definition in 1987 emphasized meeting current needs without jeopardizing future generation ability to meet their own. The three-pillar sustainability model comprises environmental sustainability, which underscores the importance of natural resources and biodiversity. Social sustainability focuses on social structure, well-being and harmony, vital aspects affected by poverty, wars and injustice. Economic sustainability highlights the capacity of economic to grow, especially crucial for the finance many sustainable initiatives. These are a set of standards for companies' operations that socially conscious investors use to screen potential investment or what equities or bonds are to be purchased from the company. As per national guidelines on economic and social environmental responsibility of business, sustainability has three main pillars: economic, environmental and social. These three pillars are informally referred to as people, planets and profit. These three principles are interconnected, driven by their core principles, and are increasingly practiced in India. Organizations that embrace all three principles simultaneously contribute to creating a sustainable future with responsibility. Overall, in the broadest sense, sustainability refers to the ability to maintain or support a process continuously over time. In business and policy context, sustainability seeks to prevent the depletion of natural or physical resources so that they will remain available for long term. The outcome is achieved by balancing the social, environmental, and economic impacts of business. It is the process that ensures that business goals are pursued without compromising any of the three elements. Owing to my previous explanation, let us do a comparative analysis of ESG versus SDG versus CSR. The Republic of India, since its independence, had a revolutionary history of industrial development till date. Though it is justifiable with all parameters, remarkable interdependence is found in the approaches associated with ESG, SDG, and CSR. The early movement was on the right-based approach that largely focused on the relation to human rights into consideration and implementation of the development of the industrial growth. A right-based approach develops the capacity of duty bearers to meet their obligations and encourages rights holders to claim their rights. Government have three levels of obligation. First, to respect, protect, and fulfill every right. To respect the right meaning refraining from interfering with the enjoyment of the right. Human rights is a common parameter of both social and welfare approach and largely revolves around the participation, accountability, non-discrimination, and equality, empowerment, and legality. Looking at the growth in business profit margin, the trigger of welfare-based approach for a workforce engaged in the development of entity demand for a better living condition. The welfare approach deals with the issue related to inequality, injustice. The approach grew up as a reaction to the quantitative and model building traditions of 1960. This approach looks at the human being as beneficiary or target of all development activities. The approach argues for higher government expenditure on health, education, social secondary, and amenities. People are not participants in the development but also a passive recipient. However, modern welfare approach is based on the principles of equality of opportunity, equitable distribution of wealth, and public responsibility for those unable to avail themselves of the minimal provision of a good life. Sustainability is a holistic approach that considers ecological, social, and economic dimension, recognizing that all must be considered together to find the lasting prosperity, while the egalitarian belief in or is based on the principle that our people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities, or a person who advocate or support the principles of equality for people. Thus, the concept of business with the responsibility emerges with the total commitment of corporate sector. When these approaches materialize, demands for the people, profit, and the planet become the utmost necessary to evaluate through metrics using 17 sustainable goals with 169 targets and 306 national indicators to be monitored for our country's performance towards the environmental, social, with the governance pattern observed in all commercial entity. Based on my previous discussion, let us explore more about the triangular integration model. The triangular interlinked approach of sustainability play a crucial role for Republic of India, where CSR, SDGs, and ESG parameters have meaningful relation with each other. Based on my over 2-decade experience of working with the environment and social sector, I believe that likewise CSR has evolved into ESG, that is, CSR aims to make a business accountable, ESG criteria make its efforts measurable. ESG provides a data that can be analyzed, showing the true picture of the company's sustainability and then act upon. Further, the management of ESG issue has moved from a niche area that sat in the compliance of CSR department of companies to a core strategic priority embedded throughout the organization. Companies are not only focusing on the sustainability of their ESG and operational process and policy, but are increasingly exploring the positive impact of their product on society and the degree to which these products are directly helping achieve societal objective. While CSR is generally understood as being the way through which a company achieves a balance of economic, environmental, and social imperatives, while at the same time addressing the expectations of the shareholders and stakeholders. These align with the SDGs, which are a collection of 17 interlinked objectives designed to serve as shared blueprint of peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. Now let us look example of CSR activities with SDG under ESG as a triangular interlinked activities of sustainability. For companies with a strong CSR ethos, there seems to be a direct line between all three of these aspects of sustainability. The story you create through CSR is quantified by ESG, where you learn how you can make a real impact on your level of social responsibility and uncover the benchmark from which your strategies to improve. By aligning ESG with the areas highlighted by the UN, you also help your business make its contribution to the SDGs. These are few examples that I encountered during the evaluation of CSR activities for nearly 50 big and small entities that have been evaluated under the classification of 17 Sustainable Development Goals both in urban and rural area, and are further divided owing to the ESG criteria that makes its efforts measurable. Well, such combination helps show the true picture of the company's sustainability and then act upon it. This is a true well-tested example of interlinkage of CSR activities arbitrarily linked with the 17 SDG matrices for doing the impact assessment and later classified under ESG nomenclature. Despite of these shortcomings of ESG in India, let us see how ESG is maturing in India. ESG adoption in India is gaining momentum with the growing regulatory action, disclosure requirement, investor activism, and shifting corporate attitudes. However, ESG integration remains at an evolutionary stage. Regulatory mandate by SEBI are strengthening ESG foundation. The top 1,000 listed entities must file business responsibility and sustainability report based on the ESG parameters like emission, water use, gender policy, and board independence. Climate-related financial disclosure are also being rolled out. Mainstream institutional investors are ramping up engagement through ESG. Assets remain under 5% of total asset under management versus over 30% globally. Active investor advocacy through principles like PRI means principles of responsible investment, knowledge sharing via the Sustainable Stock Exchange platform, and pushes for greater transparency are promising shift. Over 90% of S&P BSE 100 companies now publish sustainability reports, mostly adhering to GRI guidelines. However, standardized non-financial disclosure are yet to become mandatory. Assurance from sustainability data also remain voluntary, unlike financial statements. While larger companies have dedicated ESG teams and projects, smaller firms lag due to limitation of ESG awareness, bandwidth, and financing access. Extensive hand-holding of MSMEs will be crucial for creating an encompassing ESG ecosystem, but even today, ESG is a positive driver for future business in India. Integrated reporting combining financial and ESG parameters is gaining acceptance, led by first movers like Wipro, Hindustan Zinc, and Mahindra Finance. Adoption of global framework indicates maturing outlooks. Innovative instruments like sustainability linked loans, green bond, and ESG focused mutual fund are emerging to channel finance towards green sector. Technology is accelerating ESG propagation through digital tracking tools, big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain-based monitoring, and leveraging social network. In conclusion, India ESG environment is steadily evolving through policy mandates, reporting structures, investor activism, and changing corporate attitude. While limitation persists, positive development on multiple fronts suggest a maturing Indian ESG ecosystem. Lastly, I appeal the viewers to bear with me for continuing my presentation under ESG evaluation from concept to practice. So stay tuned next week on Thursday 9 p.m. and don't forget to subscribe my channel. Till then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome back to another interesting continuing topic on India's ESG evaluation from concept to practice. Today, India encounters challenges in ESG integration. There are substantial opportunities to address these issues and promote sustainable and responsible business practice. As global ESG awareness continues to rise, India can leverage ESG principles to stimulate economic growth, enhance social well-being, and bolster the environmental sustainability. Achieving these requires a collaborative efforts from business, investors, policymakers, and civil society. In this presentation, I will discuss environmental efforts within the ESG framework that are increasingly visible, with India making headway in renewable energy adoption, enhanced waste management, and water conservation practice. Corporates are actively reducing their carbon footprint, aligning with the environmental expectations of global investors. Social actions are equally robust, reflecting a commitment to not just a profit but people. Initiative encompassing improved labor standards, community engagement, and enhanced are taking center stage. The social facet of ESG in India is becoming increasingly sophisticated, with the business investment in the upliftment and well-being of their employees and to the communities outside the business entity. On the governance front, the focus is on the fortifying framework that emphasizes accountability and transparency. India corporates are aligning with the global best practices, instituting robust governance mechanisms that appeal to conscientious investors. Milestones such as the mandatory CSR spending directive and the SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability reports mandate for top listed entities signals India's firm commitment to ESG principles. These regulatory frameworks have provided much needed clarity and direction for ESG reporting. The National Voluntary Guidelines for Business Responsibility criteria play a vital role in assessing companies' future financial performance, considering aspects like return and risk. These guidelines introduce environmental and social protection legislation alongside ethical corporate governance. They also mandate corporate disclosure of environmental, social, and governance information utilizing three distinct approaches: the welfare approach, the right-based approach, and the sustainability approach. Now I will narrate on each issue of ESG in detail. Now first I shall discuss status of ESG investment in India. Environmental, social, and governance criteria have become increasingly important in the corporate world, reflecting a growing awareness of sustainability and ESG investment and business practice have gained significant momentum in India over the last decade, driven by the regulatory policy, investors, and global influence and rising sustainability challenge. However, ESG integration remains a long-term journey for Indian market. On the regulatory front, guidelines by SEBI, business responsibility reporting mandates, sustainability disclosure norms have expanded ESG awareness and disclosure by companies. The top 1,000 listed companies now submit business responsibility and sustainability reports. However, compliance levels vary across small and big firms. Enforcement of standards need further strength. Investor demand for sustainable investment has catalyzed the ESG movement. Assets under management of ESG mutual fund have grown from just 2 in 2014 to over 30, totaling $5 billion in 2021. Leading institutions like LIC, SBI and HDFC have incorporated ESG metrics in their investment framework. However, retail investors and smaller firms lag in ESG adoption. Globally, commitments to the Paris Agreement, UN SDGs and net zero emission have influenced top Indian companies operating in export-driven sectors to embedded ESG policy. However, smaller business oriented towards domestic market remains less proactive. On the environment, the major ESG risk for India includes water stress, air pollution, waste management and over-exploitation of natural resources. Companies are slowly responding through clean energy, recycled materials. On the environment, the major ESG risk for India includes water stress, air pollution, waste management, and over-exploitation of natural resources. Companies are slowly responding through clean energy, recycled materials, water conservation, and greener supply chain. But broader commitment are needed to move the needle. Key social risks like poverty, healthcare access, income inequality, and unemployment requires dedicated corporate action on targets like skill development, fair wages, and diversity. More transparent HR policy, better safety guidelines, and community engagement are gradually expanding. Governance changes also underway through independent boards, improved risk management, and higher transparency. However, issues around the corruption, unethical practice, and lack of accountability persist across various sectors and size of business. Overall, while India has made a considerable progress on ESG, the adoption remains nascent and fragmented. Greater regulatory enforcement, investors' advocacy, proactive leadership by industry's champions, partnership, and capacity building can embed sustainability principles deeply across India and power the country transition towards a just, inclusive, and greener economic trajectory. ESG factors are becoming more important to institutional investors around the world when making investment decisions. Let us see individual efforts being made for each letter of ESG. Thus, today one can summarize ESG investing as a need for the global money that have evolved into a driving force. Indian companies seek foreign investments and access to international capital market are aware of the importance of proving outstanding ESG performance. In this slide, I am just summarizing the tips of iceberg related to environmental efforts of ESG in India. Indian companies have been taking a range of initiatives to address critical sustainability issues, including carbon emission reduction, renewable energy adoption, waste management, and resource conservation. Several Indian companies are transitioning from traditional fossil fuel to cleaner and more sustainable energy source. The example mentioned in the slide, proactive sustainability measures carried out by the Indian business demonstrate a thorough dedication to ecological friendly practice encompassing a wide spectrum of green behavior. To lessen their impact on the environment, they are adopting renewable energy options like solar panel and taking part in carbon offsetting activities like planting trees. Additionally, on the agenda are waste reduction techniques and a focus on resource efficiency, with the business implementing cutting-edge technology to reduce waste production and maximize resource utilization. In India, where business are not only prospering economically but also promoting a greener, healthier world for future generations. These coordinate efforts demonstrate a growing commitment to environmental responsibility and is helping shape a more sustainable corporate landscape. In this slide, I am just taking a few examples of social action under the ESG in India. I am summarizing the efforts made by the Indian companies in the social action for ESG. A company's commitment to moral and sustainable business practices includes initiatives related to corporate social responsibility, community involvement, and labor practice. The highlighted example in the slide from these corporate entities demonstrate a diversified range of corporate social responsibility initiatives, signifies the persistent commitment of the prominent companies in India to tackling crucial social challenges. These companies are not only profit-seeking entities but also active promoters of social improvement, focusing on initiatives that promote positive changes through subsidies program, affordable healthcare, sanitation, hygiene campaigning, sustainable procurement practice, and supporting girls' education. They exhibit a holistic approach to corporate social responsibility that transcends commercial interest and ultimately foster a more equitable and prosperous society. A major social impact could be judged from the top 1,000 listed companies, referring the non-financial performance for judging or linking the ESG score by rating agency. In this slide, I am going to discuss few examples related to governance strategies of ESG in India. Corporate governance in India has undergone significant reforms in recent years. The Company Act 2013 represents a landmark legislative overhaul introducing crucial provisions aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability. Enhancing transparency is a fundamental pillar of corporate governance in India. Regulatory authorities, market force, and investor expectation have driven efforts to improve disclosure and transparency. SEBI listing regulation, for instance, impose stringent disclosure norms on listed companies. Moreover, institutional investors and proxy advisor firms have taken on more active role in engaging with the companies on environmental, social, and governance matters and voting on resolution, thereby advocating for a greater transparency and accountability. The establishment of the National Financial Reporting Authority has bolstered efforts to ensure the quality of financial reporting and auditor independence. Further, the reinforcement transparency in corporate operation. The example narrated in the slide deserves a rising appreciation for the values of varied viewpoint and background in the top leadership in India, which reflects a wider movement towards diversity in India's corporate landscape. Though I had summarized ESG investment, environmental, social, and governance in the actual picture, still there is a mammoth task to explore issues under ESG for these variables and very challenging for India. Owing to research experience, I will be taking each topic separately in my forthcoming series of presentation on ESG. Here I am going to discuss the milestones of ESG in India. It is very difficult to benchmark the origin of ESG in India, but it is believed that socially responsible investing has been over 2 decades. The origin of the term ESG can be traced back to the early 2000s when the investment manager and other stakeholders began to recognize the importance of considering non-financial factors in their decision-making process, tending more towards holistic approach that emphasize the importance of considering a range of environmental, social, and governance factors in investment decision rather than just focusing on a few specific issues. The early seed of ESG refers way back to an array from 2009 to 2012, where in 2008, the India First Sustainability Index, the SP and ESG India Index, was launched to track ESG performance of the top 50 companies, which later in 2009 expanded to 500 companies. In the same year, 2009, in India, voluntary guidelines on corporate social responsibility by Ministry of Corporate Affairs marked the initial push towards the sustainable practice. Later in 2011, the National Voluntary Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs further strengthened the focus on the environmental and the social responsibility. This follows the Security and Exchange Board of India in 2012 made mandate business responsibility reporting for the top 100 listed companies by market capitalism, introducing ESG consideration into financial reporting. India marked the gradual growth of ESG from 2013 when the Companies Act of 2013 mandate the disclosure of energy conservation efforts in annual reports, further integrating environmental aspect into corporate governance. Well, in 2015, BRSR requirement extended to the top 500 listed companies, expanding the scope of ESG reporting. Later in 2017, SEBI issued a guideline for institutions of listing of green debt securities facilitating investment and environmentally responsible projects. One should also note that simultaneously there is a progress of ESG reporting framework in India. The mandatory formalization and real acceleration were marked after 2018 when SEBI constituted a committee on ESG disclosure to recommend a comprehensive framework. A breakthrough came in 2021 the introduction of Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report framework by SEBI, mandating detailed ESG disclosure for the top 1,000 listed companies. This framework aims to promote responsible business practice, encouraging listed companies to integrate sustainability consideration into their strategies and operations, thereby fostering long-term value creation for stakeholders and the broader society. Further, in 2023, strengthening of ESG regulation and framework by SEBI and other government agencies. The GRI standards are globally recognized guidelines for the sustainability reporting introduced in India in 2017 and fully operationalized in 2021 onward. They provided a structured framework for organizations to report on their economic, environmental, and social performance. These standards help companies in India align their reporting with international best practices, enhancing transparency and accountability in areas such as environmental impact, human rights, and corporate governance. These are 8 documents that enhance the ESG activities in India. We will take each document in description in the forthcoming topic under the ESG series of presentation, but will take one of the most important document on the National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business. The National Voluntary Guideline on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business were released by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in India in July 2011. The guidelines are a significant step towards the inclusive development, aiming to develop the corporate sector in their efforts. They were updated in 2015 to capture the key national international development in the development agenda and business responsibility field. The guidelines provided a framework for business to operate responsible, considering economic, social, and environmental aspects. They include principles and core elements guiding on implementation, application of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and a business responsibility reporting framework. The guidelines also provide resource and explanation of terms to aid business in their implementation. The NVG represents a shift from individual charity or philanthropy to corporate social responsibility, corporate citizenship, and responsible business behavior of the commercial entity. In this slide, the National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business released by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in July 2011 is essentially a set of 9 principles that offers Indian business an understanding and approaches inculcate responsible business conduct. However, taking into account the national and international development in the arena of sustainable business since 2011, the NVG have been updated and released as a national guideline on responsible business conduct in March 2019 to reveal alignment of United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, UN Sustainable Development Goals, Paris Agreement on Climatic Change, etc. The NGB, the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, provides a framework for companies to grow inclusively and sustainable while addressing the concern of stakeholders. Overall, the guidelines provide a comprehensive framework for responsible business conduct that balances profitable with the ethical value, social development, and environmental stewardship. We will give a brief each principle one by one. Principle 1 largely focuses on the ethical conduct at all levels by developing proper governance structure, practice, procedure with transparent communication. It also a truthful discharging of the responsibility of financial and other mandatory disclosure. This principle cautions not to engage in practices that are abusive, corrupt, and anti-competition, and avoid complicity with the action of any third party that violates any of the principles. Principle 2 assures safety and optimal resource use over the life cycle of the product. It recognizes the right of its consumer through education, product labeling, appropriate and helpful communication, full details of the content, and safe usage of by promoting sustainable consumption. Further, it also ensured that the manufacturing process and technologies are resource efficient and sustainable and recognize and respect intellectual property rights. Besides, it gives much importance to regular review and improve upon the process of new technology development, deployment, and commercialization, incorporating social, ethical, environmental consideration. Further, Principle 3 gives much impetus to respect the right of freedom of the association, participation, collectively bargaining, and accept the proper grievance redressal mechanism, and provides equal opportunity to all caste, creed, gender, religion, race, disability, or it ensures that no child labor, forced labor, or any form of involuntary labor, paid or unpaid, and provides a cognitive of the life balance of employees, especially women, having facilities of their well-being with harassment-free workplace. Besides, it gives importance to safe, hygienic, and human workplace environmental and ensure continuous skill and competence upgradation of all employees. Principle 4 systematically identify their stakeholders, understands their concern, defines the purpose and scope of engagement, and commit to engaging with them. It also acknowledges assumed responsibility and is transparent about the impact of its policy, decision, product and services, and associated operation on the stakeholders. Further, it gives special attention to stakeholders in underdeveloped areas and resolve differences with stakeholders in just, fair, and equitable manner. Principle 5 helps to understand the human right content of the Constitution of India, national law and policies, and the content of the International Bill of Human Rights. It emphasizes integrating respect for human rights in management system through assessing and managing human rights impact of the business operation and not being complicit with the human rights abuse by the third parties. Further, it recognizes and respects all human rights of relevant stakeholders and groups within and beyond the workplace. This principle promotes the awareness and realization of the right across its value chain. While Principle 6 emphasizes utilizing natural and man-made resources optimally and reasonably, taking measures to check and prevent pollution and ensuring that benefits are shared equitably. It gives much importance to the environment by developing an environment management system and contingency plan for continuous improvement of environmental performance and its reporting. Above all, this principle proactively persuaded and supports its value chain for the adoption. Principle 7 emphasizes business conduct while pursuing the policy advocacy and must ensure that their advocacy positions are consistent with the principle and core element contained in these guidelines. It further directs that business should utilize the trade and industry chambers and association and other such collective platform to undertake such policy advocacy. The principle 8 helps to understand their impact on the social and economic development. It innovates and invests in product technology and process that promote the well-being of society and mitigates any negative impact. It also emphasizes making efforts to complement and support the development priorities at local and national level. Further, the principle cautioned that the business operating in underdeveloped regions should be especially sensitive to the local concern. While last is the Principle 9 considered the overall well-being of the customer and that of society. It ensures that they do not restrict the freedom of choice and free competition in any manner, and mandates to disclose all information truthfully and factually through labeling and other means. It also cautioned to promote and advertise their product in a way that do not mislead, confuse the consumer or violate any of the principles in these guidelines. Provide adequate grievances handling mechanism to address customer concern and feedback. It much emphasized to execute due care and caution while providing goods and services that result in the overexploitation of natural resources or lead to excessive conspicuous consumption. Before I concluding, I encourage viewers to categorize 9 business principles with ESG framework. This understanding will facilitate the next presentation on the environmental component of ESG. Do not forget to subscribe my channel. So stay tuned till the next week. Till then, bye-bye. India's commitment to environmental, social, and governance ESG factors has seen significant growth driven by regulatory changes, rising investor awareness, and corporate responsibility. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework, making ESG reporting mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies. This framework is aligned with global standards, emphasizing transparency in environmental and social impacts, corporate governance, and sustainability efforts. India has also set ambitious goals for reducing carbon emissions, including a pledge to reach net zero by 2070 and achieve 500 GW of renewable energy by 2030. These goals have stimulated growth in green finance, with an increase in green bond issuances and supportive policies from the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. While challenges remain, particularly in areas like supply chain transparency and labor rights, India's ESG landscape shows strong potential, especially with ongoing regulatory developments. With sustained efforts, India could further integrate ESG principles across industries, enhancing its global competitiveness in sustainable development. Let us explore the topic in brief. Let us now discuss the origin of ESG in India. The concept of philanthropy in India has deep historical roots in Hindu philosophy, embedded in principles like dan, giving, and seva, service. Ancient texts like the Bhagavad Gita emphasized selfless service and charitable giving as spiritual duties. However, modern corporate philanthropy in India took structured form post-independence, particularly during the 1950s-60s. This period saw industrial families like the Tatas, Birlas, and Godrej establishing charitable trusts and foundations. Initially, these activities were voluntary and often influenced by individual business leaders' personal values rather than structured corporate policies. The informal nature allowed flexibility but lacked standardization and measurable impact assessment, which characterizes modern CSR practices. During the 1970s-80s, there was a surge in environmental awareness globally, driven by concerns about pollution, deforestation, and resource depletion. In India, issues like industrial pollution, soil erosion, and deforestation were becoming evident as industrialization and urbanization expanded. This period saw a growing public understanding of the need to protect natural resources, influenced by worldwide environmental movements such as Earth Day, 1970, and reports like the United Nations Limits to Growth, 1972, which emphasized the finite nature of resources. In response, the Indian government enacted key environmental protection laws to curb pollution and manage resources. The Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1974 was among the first, focusing on water pollution control. This was followed by the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act in 1981 and the Comprehensive Environmental Protection Act in 1986, which provided the framework for broader environmental regulation and signified a critical step in institutionalizing environmental protection in India. India's 1991 economic liberalization marked a turning point for businesses as it exposed Indian companies to international markets and global standards, including environmental, social, and governance (ESG) norms. This period of globalization increased competitive pressures and accountability, encouraging companies to align with global sustainability expectations. Indian firms began adopting formal corporate social responsibility (CSR) practices, transitioning from traditional informal philanthropy to structured CSR initiatives aimed at creating social value while ensuring transparency. Over time, this alignment laid the groundwork for India's current ESG framework, driven by regulations like the Companies Act 2013, which mandates CSR activities for certain companies. In the early 2000s, India witnessed a significant shift in its approach to corporate social responsibility (CSR), marked by the formalization of CSR strategies among businesses. This change was accelerated in 2009 when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs issued CSR guidelines, encouraging companies to align their operations with social, environmental, and governance principles. The guidelines urged firms to implement structured CSR programs rather than relying solely on ad hoc charitable activities. This formalization led to an increased focus on building relationships with various stakeholders such as employees, customers, communities, and investors, thereby transforming CSR into a comprehensive, strategic aspect of corporate governance. As companies adopted these practices, they began publishing sustainability reports to transparently showcase their CSR initiatives and achievements. This move not only communicated their commitment to social responsibility, but also allowed them to benchmark their performance against global standards. A key element of this transformation was the alignment with international frameworks like the United Nations Global Compact, UNGC, which laid out universal principles on human rights, labor standards, environmental protection, and anti-corruption. By adopting such global standards, Indian firms not only improved their CSR practices but also enhanced their global competitiveness. This alignment made Indian companies more attractive to international investors and stakeholders who prioritize sustainability and ethical governance in their decision-making. A major milestone in India's corporate social responsibility (CSR) journey came with the enactment of the Companies Act 2013, which mandated that certain companies allocate at least 2% of their net profit to CSR activities. This was a pioneering move, making India the first country to legislate CSR spending at such a scale. The act applied to companies meeting specific criteria such as those with a net worth of Rs 500 crore or more, an annual turnover of Rs 1000 crore, or net profits of Rs 5 crore or more. The Companies Act also introduced a significant governance shift by making CSR committees mandatory at the board level, elevating social responsibility to a strategic business function. These committees are responsible for formulating and overseeing CSR policies and ensuring compliance with the Act. This legislation not only ensured that businesses contribute to societal development, but also heightened their accountability by requiring mandatory disclosure of CSR activities in annual reports. These disclosures promoted transparency, enabling stakeholders, including investors, consumers, and communities, to assess companies' social and environmental impact. The Companies Act of 2013 marked a pivotal shift in how CSR was perceived, moving it from a voluntary or philanthropic activity to a formal and regulated aspect of corporate governance. This increased the credibility of CSR efforts and further encouraged companies to align their practices with global sustainability standards, thereby improving India's corporate sector's transparency and global competitiveness. India has made significant strides in promoting environmental, social, and governance (ESG) practices through a robust regulatory framework, primarily led by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs (MCA) and other key financial institutions like the Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) and the Reserve Bank of India (RBI). In 2019, the MCA introduced the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct (NGRBC), which provides a comprehensive set of principles to guide companies in adopting responsible business practices. These guidelines emphasize ethical business conduct, environmental sustainability, fair treatment of employees, and respect for human rights. They align with India's commitment to sustainable development and are designed to encourage companies to integrate ESG considerations into their core business strategies. In 2021, SEBI introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework, which mandates the disclosure of ESG-related data for the top 1,000 listed companies in India. This reporting framework aims to enhance transparency, improve accountability, and enable investors to assess companies' sustainability performance. The BRSR framework is aligned with global reporting standards and focuses on areas such as governance, environmental impact, social responsibility, and business ethics. The adoption of BRSR aims to make ESG reporting more standardized and comparable, thereby enhancing the credibility of sustainability practices across industries. Additionally, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has been proactive in promoting ESG integration within the financial sector. In its guidance, the RBI encourages banks to embed ESG factors into their risk management strategies and decision-making processes, recognizing the financial risks posed by environmental and social factors. This helps banks assess the long-term sustainability of their investments and reduce exposure to climate-related and social risks. Together, these regulatory actions represent a strong push towards sustainable business practices in India, positioning the country as a leader in integrating ESG into corporate governance. These initiatives not only encourage responsible business behavior, but also ensure greater accountability and transparency. The Indian government has introduced several initiatives to support environmental, social, and governance (ESG) goals, particularly focusing on renewable energy, sustainable transport, and green hydrogen. In 2015, India launched the National Action Plan on Climate Change (NAPCC) to promote renewable energy. The plan includes ambitious targets for expanding solar and wind energy capacities, with a goal to achieve 175 GWh of renewable energy capacity by 2022, later increased to 500 GWh by 2030. This focus on clean energy is designed to reduce carbon emissions and foster sustainable development. The Solar Park Scheme, the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, FAME, and incentives for renewable energy infrastructure are key components of this initiative. The Electric Vehicle Policy 2019 further accelerated India's transition to sustainable transport. By promoting the adoption of electric vehicles, EVs, through subsidies, tax benefits, and building a robust EV charging infrastructure, the policy aims to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and lower urban air pollution. The government also set ambitious targets to have electric vehicles comprise 30% of all vehicles on the road by 2030. In 2021, the National Hydrogen Mission was launched to position India as a leader in green hydrogen production. This initiative aims to produce green hydrogen from renewable energy sources, thus providing a sustainable and scalable energy solution. The mission is expected to decarbonize industries like steel and cement and create job opportunities, aligning with India's carbon neutrality ambitions. Together, these government initiatives demonstrate India's commitment to enhancing its ESG performance, driving economic growth while addressing environmental. The announcement of government environmental, social, and governance (ESG) policies prompted a significant shift in corporate ESG strategies, particularly in the areas of board-level oversight, long-term value creation, stakeholder capitalism, and risk management. Boards of directors, now under increased scrutiny, began to prioritize ESG factors in their decision-making processes. Recognizing the importance of sustainable and inclusive growth, boards shifted focus toward long-term value creation rather than short-term financial gains. This strategy aligns with the evolving definition of corporate success, which now includes contributing positively to the environment and society rather than merely generating profit for shareholders. Stakeholder capitalism also gained prominence. Traditionally, businesses were focused primarily on delivering value to shareholders. However, the new ESG policies encourage companies to broaden their scope and consider the interests of other stakeholders such as employees, customers, communities, and the environment. This shift fostered a more inclusive approach to corporate governance, ensuring that organizations take responsibility for their impact on all stakeholders. Moreover, risk management frameworks were revisited. ESG risks, ranging from regulatory changes to environmental disasters and social unrest, became central to the corporate risk management agenda. Boards began to integrate ESG risks into their overall risk strategy, ensuring that long-term sustainability is embedded in the business model. This proactive stance helped mitigate potential reputational, financial, and operational risks associated with ESG issues, ensuring more resilient and responsible business practices. In conclusion, the government's ESG policies catalyzed a strategic transformation within corporations, aligning business goals with broader societal and environmental responsibilities. Once corporate policies and strategies related to environmental, social, and governance (ESG) were established, many companies initially focused on environmental issues, particularly those linked to climate change, as outlined in the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement, which aims to limit global temperature rise to well below 2°C, provided a framework that influenced businesses to align their actions with global climate goals. Corporations recognized the urgency of mitigating climate change, leading them to prioritize reducing greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions as a central element of their ESG strategies. The commitment to the Paris Agreement became a driving force behind corporate climate action, compelling companies to set science-based targets for carbon neutrality and to measure their environmental impacts comprehensively. Renewable energy adoption emerged as a key strategy for achieving these targets, with businesses investing in solar, wind, and other clean energy sources to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Once renewable energy goals were established, companies could then build a broader corporate climate action strategy. This strategy typically included energy efficiency measures, carbon offset programs, and the implementation of sustainable supply chain practices. The goal was not only to reduce emissions, but also to improve the resilience of operations in the face of climate-related risks. Thus, corporate focus on climate change was initially driven by international commitments like the Paris Agreement, leading to the adoption of renewable energy and the development of robust climate action plans. This laid the foundation for long-term sustainability and contributed to the global transition toward a low-carbon economy. Environmental initiatives focusing on renewable energy, waste management, and water conservation have become integral to corporate sustainability strategies, driven by the need to address global environmental challenges and adhere to evolving regulatory frameworks. 1. Renewable energy. A key priority for many companies is transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower. This shift reduces dependency on fossil fuels and significantly cuts greenhouse gas emissions, aligning with climate goals set by the Paris Agreement. Corporates are investing in renewable energy projects, purchasing renewable energy certificates, RECs, or directly sourcing green power to decarbonize their operations. This transition not only mitigates climate change, but also enhances energy security and reduces long-term operational costs. 2. Waste management. Companies are increasingly adopting waste reduction strategies to minimize their environmental footprint. These include reducing, reusing, and recycling materials, as well as adopting circular economy principles, which emphasize keeping resources in use for as long as possible. By managing waste more efficiently, companies are reducing landfill waste, conserving natural resources, and minimizing pollution. Many businesses are also adopting zero-waste initiatives, striving to achieve the goal of diverting 90% or more of their waste from landfills. 3. Water conservation. With growing concerns over water scarcity, companies are focusing on reducing their water consumption and improving water management practices. Initiatives include optimizing water use in manufacturing processes, recycling water, and investing in technologies to reduce water waste. Corporates are also working on replenishing water resources in areas where they operate, often through community-based water projects or partnerships with environmental organizations. Together, these initiatives contribute to a more sustainable future, reduce environmental impact, and create long-term business. After the environmental initiative, the social dimension was largely related to labor rights. First, we discuss the pre-2000 era. Labor laws primarily addressed fundamental workplace rights, with a narrow focus on essential protections. Key elements included establishing minimum wage standards to ensure basic income security and regulating working conditions like safety measures, working hours, and basic facilities. While these laws formed a crucial foundation for worker protection, they largely overlooked broader social dimensions such as gender equality, work-life balance, mental health, diversity inclusion, and professional development. The legislation concentrated on preventing extreme exploitation, rather than promoting comprehensive social welfare or addressing systemic inequalities in the workplace. Now, we shall discuss the 2000-2010 period marked a significant evolution in labor protection standards. Legislation strengthened restrictions on child labor, implementing stricter penalties and monitoring systems. Workplace discrimination laws expanded to cover various forms of bias, including gender, ethnicity, and disability. A notable shift occurred as companies voluntarily adopted social audit practices, recognizing the importance of corporate social responsibility. These audits assessed compliance with labor standards, working conditions, and fair treatment policies. This era represented a transition from basic worker protection to more comprehensive social safeguards and corporate accountability measures. Lastly, we shall discuss the post-2010 era that marked a transformative shift toward a holistic approach to social responsibility in business. Organizations moved beyond basic compliance to embrace comprehensive employee development programs and well-being initiatives. This included mental health support, work-life balance policies, and structured career advancement opportunities. Companies began integrating social factors directly into their core business strategies, recognizing that employee welfare directly impacts organizational success. Investment in skill development became paramount, with emphasis on continuous learning, digital literacy, and future-ready capabilities. This period saw social responsibility evolve from a separate function to an integral part of. Continuing from previous slide, the evolution of corporate social responsibility has witnessed significant transformation in three key areas. First, diversity and inclusion has progressed from basic non-discrimination policies to proactive initiatives. Organizations now implement targeted recruitment strategies, mentorship programs, and leadership development for underrepresented groups. Companies increasingly recognize that diverse perspectives drive innovation and better decision-making. This includes addressing gender pay gaps, promoting inclusive workplace cultures, and establishing employee resource groups, ERGs, to support various demographic communities. Second, employee welfare has expanded beyond traditional benefits to encompass holistic well-being. Modern programs include mental health support, flexible working arrangements, and comprehensive healthcare coverage. Companies are investing in professional development through upskilling programs, educational assistance, and career advancement opportunities. Work-life balance initiatives, parental leave policies, and wellness programs have become standard practices, reflecting a deeper understanding of employee needs. Third, community development has evolved from charitable donations to strategic social investment. Organizations now engage in long-term partnerships with local communities, focusing on sustainable development initiatives. This includes skill development programs for local youth, support for local businesses, and environmental conservation projects. Companies increasingly align their community initiatives with their core competencies, creating shared value for both business and society. The integration of these three dimensions reflects a mature understanding that business success is intrinsically linked to social progress. Organizations now recognize that sustainable growth requires balancing profit objectives with social responsibility, leading to more meaningful and impactful initiatives across all three areas. After discussing the environmental and social parameters in ESG, now we shall explore the governance component in the different periods. First is traditional family-owned businesses, pre-1990s. Family-owned businesses were characterized by centralized control and decision-making concentrated among family members. Governance structures were informal, with limited distinction between ownership and management. Business decisions often prioritized family interests, with minimal external accountability and transparency. Succession planning typically focuses on family heirs rather than professional competence. While this model provided stability and long-term orientation, it often lacked formal checks and balances. Second is related to liberalization and transparency, 1990s-2000s. Economic liberalization triggered significant governance reforms. Key changes included the introduction of independent directors, audit committees, and mandatory disclosure requirements. Stock exchange listings demanded greater transparency and shareholder accountability. Professional management began replacing family-centric leadership. Corporate governance codes emerged, emphasizing the protection of minority shareholders' interests. Regular financial reporting and compliance mechanisms became standardized practices. Third describes the modern governance practices 2010 onwards. Contemporary governance has evolved into a sophisticated framework emphasizing board diversity and independence requirements, robust risk management systems, stakeholder engagement beyond shareholders, environmental, social, and governance, ESG integration, digital governance and cybersecurity measures, whistleblower protection mechanisms, executive compensation linked to sustainable performance, regular board evaluations, and skill matrix requirements, enhanced disclosure norms, and reporting standards. This evolution reflects a shift from family-centric control to professional management with strong institutional frameworks emphasizing accountability, transparency, and sustainable business practices. Recent corporate governance reforms, driven by ESG considerations, have significantly transformed organizational oversight mechanisms across several critical areas. First is related to board diversity that has emerged as a crucial governance requirement, with many jurisdictions mandating minimum representation of women directors and independent members. Companies are increasingly adopting diversity matrices covering gender, ethnicity, expertise, and age to ensure balanced board composition. Research indicates diverse boards demonstrate superior risk management and innovation capabilities. Second is related to shareholder committees that have gained prominence as essential oversight bodies. These committees ensure minority shareholder protection and engage in critical decisions regarding mergers, acquisitions, and major corporate actions. The emphasis is on enhanced shareholder democracy and participative decision-making. Third is related to executive compensation frameworks have evolved to incorporate ESG metrics alongside financial performance indicators. Modern compensation structures include long-term sustainability goals, climate targets, and social responsibility metrics. Clawback provisions and deferred payment mechanisms ensure alignment with sustainable business practices. Fourth is whistleblower policies that have been strengthened with anonymous reporting channels, protection mechanisms, and independent investigation procedures. Organizations are implementing robust digital platforms for confidential reporting and establishing dedicated ethics committees for complaint resolution. India is aligning its environmental, social, and governance (ESG) evaluation with international norms by adopting globally recognized standards such as the Global Reporting Initiative (GRI), Sustainability Accounting Standards Board (SASB), and Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures (TCFD). The Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report (BRSR) format, which incorporates these standards to enhance transparency and accountability in corporate sustainability reporting. The GRI standards provide a comprehensive framework for organizations to report on their economic, environmental, and social impacts. By linking the GRI standards to the BRSR, Indian companies can meet both national and international reporting requirements. The SASB standards focus on industry-specific sustainability issues, helping companies disclose material information relevant to financial performance. The TCFD recommendations guide companies in disclosing climate-related financial risks and opportunities, promoting better risk management and investment decisions. The BRSR format encourages companies to adopt these global standards, fostering self-reliance and ensuring that Indian businesses are well prepared to meet global investor expectations. This alignment with international norms not only enhances the credibility of Indian companies but also contributes to the global effort towards sustainable development. The future of ESG, environmental, social, and governance in India looks promising, driven by one, regulatory evolution. The Indian government is strengthening its regulatory framework with SEBI's BRSR format, paving the way for more comprehensive ESG reporting. Future regulations are expected to further integrate global standards, enhancing transparency and accountability. 2. Technology integration. Advanced technologies like AI, blockchain, and IoT are playing a pivotal role in ESG. These technologies enable better data collection, monitoring, and reporting, making it easier for companies to track their ESG performance and ensure compliance. 3. Investor pressure. There is a growing demand from investors for companies to adopt sustainable practices. ESG factors are becoming integral to investment decisions, with investors seeking companies that demonstrate strong ESG credentials. This pressure is expected to drive more companies to align their operations with ESG principles. 4. Focus on circular economy. India is increasingly embracing the circular economy concept, which emphasizes resource efficiency and waste reduction. By adopting circular economy practices, companies can minimize their environmental impact, create new business opportunities, and contribute to sustainable development. These trends indicate a positive trajectory for ESG in India, positioning the country as a leader in sustainable business practices. Here we end this presentation and summarize what we discuss in this presentation. We have started with the origins of ESG in India, the progress made during early 2000s with CSR formalization, later discussed the milestones of the Companies Act, followed by the formation of regulatory framework for ESG, and discusses government initiatives supporting ESG. This in turn how affected ESG and corporate strategy, which made to focus on environmental issues, climate change, and then explain environmental initiatives. Continuing the initiative later focuses on social dimension, which largely explained the labor rights, along with social responsibility trends within and outside the entity. Further, the evolution of the concept was discussed along with the ESG and corporate governance reforms. How ESG reporting frameworks progress in India and what is the future of ESG in India was explored. Now the question arises what the scope of ESG among different sectors is, and what are the emerging issues, challenges in implementation. Thus, next week we will dive into one more engaging topic, issues and challenges for the applied ESG in different sectors in India. Till then, I wish you all a happy and prosperous week ahead after Diwali. Hello and welcome back from a Diwali vacation. Once again, this is your host Harshit Sinha with another interesting topic related to the scope, issues and challenges. India faces unique challenges in implementing environmental, social and governance ESG frameworks effectively. The primary hurdle lies in standardizing ESG reporting metrics across diverse industry sectors, considering India's complex business ecosystem ranging from large conglomerates to MSMEs. Data quality and verification remain significant, with limited third-party assurance mechanisms and inconsistent disclosure practices. Many companies struggle with the technical expertise and resources required for comprehensive ESG implementation, particularly in measuring environmental impact and carbon footprint. Social parameters present distinct challenges in the Indian context, including informal labor practices, supply chain complexity, and varying regional labor standards. Governance issues are complicated by the prevalence of family-owned businesses and overlapping ownership structures. The regulatory landscape is evolving, with SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability reporting (BRSR) mandate for the top 1,000 listed companies. However, smaller companies face resource constraints in meeting these requirements. Additionally, there's a notable gap between global ESG standards and local business realities. Now let us explore the scope, issues, and challenges in detail. It all started with the investment in ESG that is rapidly gaining traction in India, driven by growing awareness of sustainability issues, shifting investor preferences, and regulatory support. ESG investments are designed to not only deliver financial returns, but also contribute to broader societal and environmental goals. While ESG investing in India is still in its early stages compared to global markets, there have been significant strides in the last few years. Let us explore some important factors. 1. ESG investment scenario. India's ESG investment landscape is evolving, with increasing participation from institutional investors, asset managers, and retail investors. ESG-focused mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, ETFs, and green bonds are gaining popularity. In 2020, India's Securities and Exchange Board, SEBI, introduced new guidelines for ESG disclosures, requiring listed companies to report on key ESG factors. This has led to a rise in ESG-compliant financial products and investment vehicles. Major asset management firms and public sector banks have also launched ESG-themed funds, targeting both retail and institutional investors. 2. Performance metrics. In terms of performance, ESG investments in India are showing promising results. Studies indicate that ESG-compliant companies tend to outperform their peers in terms of risk-adjusted returns, thanks to their focus on sustainability and good governance. However, the adoption of clear, standardized performance metrics remains a challenge. Companies are required to disclose ESG data, but inconsistencies in reporting practices and the absence of a unified framework for measuring ESG performance can affect comparability. Major indices like the NSE Nifty 100 ESG Index are helping standardize ESG performance metrics, but more comprehensive and transparent data is needed. 3. While ESG investments in India have seen growth, the market is still developing. Key challenges include data availability, standardization of ESG metrics, and a need for deeper integration of sustainability into mainstream financial decision-making. However, as regulatory frameworks mature and awareness increases, India's ESG investment ecosystem is expected to expand significantly in the coming years. Continuing from previous slide, we will first discuss the FDI attracting, that is, foreign investment flows are increasingly being influenced by environmental, social, and governance (ESG) considerations, creating a new paradigm in international investment decisions. Global investors now view ESG compliance as a critical factor in risk assessment and long-term value creation, particularly in emerging markets like India. The second is global standard alignment. International investors expect alignment with globally recognized ESG frameworks such as GRI, SASB, and TCFD. Companies seeking foreign capital must demonstrate compliance with these standards while navigating local regulatory requirements. This dual compliance challenge requires significant organizational transformation and resource allocation. The alignment process also involves adopting international best practices in areas like carbon accounting, human rights, due diligence, and corporate governance. The third is related to enhanced reporting. The demand for transparent and comprehensive ESG reporting has led to the evolution of more sophisticated disclosure mechanisms. Foreign investors require detailed reporting on environmental metrics like carbon emissions, water usage, waste management, etc. Social indicators like labor practices, community impact, human rights, and governance structures like board composition, ethics policies, risk management, etc. The investment impact of ESG performance significantly influences by access to global capital markets, valuation premiums, cost of capital, and investment risk assessment. Companies with robust ESG frameworks and reporting mechanisms are better positioned to attract foreign investment. However, challenges remain in standardizing reporting across different jurisdictions, building internal capacity for ESG implementation, managing compliance costs, and balancing local and global requirements. The integration of ESG considerations in foreign investment decisions continues to drive improvements in corporate sustainability practices and transparency. Now we shall discuss what are the factors for the rise of ESG investing in India. First is related to market growth. India's ESG investment landscape has witnessed exponential growth, with ESG assets under management, AUM, growing from Rs 2,268 crore in 2019 to over Rs 12,000 crore by 2023. This growth is driven by increasing awareness among domestic investors and pressure from global investment partners. The number of ESG-compliant companies in India's top 100 listed entities has increased from 12 in 2019 to 58 in 2023. The second is related to status of ESG funds. The Indian market has seen a proliferation of ESG-focused mutual funds and exchange-traded funds, ETFs. Major fund houses including SBI, Axis, ICICI Prudential, and Aditya Birla Sun Life have launched dedicated ESG funds. These funds typically invest in companies demonstrating strong environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and robust governance practices. The investment universe has expanded beyond traditional green sectors to include technology, healthcare, and consumer goods companies with strong ESG credentials. While the most important factor is related status of outperformance, ESG funds in India have shown mixed performance relative to conventional funds. During the 2020-2023 period, ESG funds demonstrated better downside protection during market volatility. Analysis shows that companies with higher ESG scores have generally exhibited lower cost of capital, better operational efficiency, enhanced risk management, stronger stakeholder relationships, and higher valuations. However, challenges remain in standardizing ESG metrics and ensuring consistent outperformance across market cycles. Now let us explore the status of financial services. First is related to priority sector lending during 2015. In April 2015, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, made a landmark decision by including renewable energy in priority sector lending. This inclusion set bank loans up to Rs 15 crore for solar, biomass, and wind energy projects under priority sector lending. The policy revision triggered significant growth in green financing, with banks required to allocate 40% of their adjusted net bank credit to priority sectors. This regulatory push helped India's renewable energy capacity grow from 35.5 GWh in 2015 to over 100 GWh by 2022, demonstrating the financial sector's crucial role in sustainable development. The second is related to green bond guidelines. In 2018, SEBI introduced comprehensive guidelines for green bond issuance, defining eligible projects and disclosure requirements. The framework aligned with International Capital Market Association's ICMA green bond principles, establishing standards for use of proceeds, project evaluation criteria, management of proceeds, and regular reporting requirements. This regulatory clarity catalyzed India's green bond market, with issuances growing from 1.1 billion in 2017 to 7.3 billion by 2022. The framework particularly benefited renewable energy, clean transportation, and sustainable infrastructure projects, attracting both domestic and international investors. The third is related to ESG risk assessment. In 2021, Indian banks significantly enhanced their credit appraisal processes by integrating ESG risk assessment frameworks. Major banks like SBI, HDFC, and ICICI introduced comprehensive ESG scoring models for corporate lending. Key features included environmental impact assessment, social responsibility metrics, governance structure evaluation, sector-specific ESG benchmarks, and regular ESG compliance monitoring. This transformation reflected the banking sector's commitment to sustainable finance, with many institutions linking loan pricing to ESG performance. The shift helped banks better manage climate-related risks and align with global sustainable banking practices. The fourth is related to ESG-linked loans that represent an innovative financing mechanism where banks offer preferential interest rates to borrowers who meet specific environmental, social, and governance (ESG) targets. These sustainability-linked loan structures typically feature a margin reduction of 2 to 10 basis points for achieving predetermined ESG metrics, such as reducing carbon emissions, improving workplace safety, or enhancing board diversity. This creates a win-win situation. Borrowers benefit from lower borrowing costs while improving their sustainability practices, and banks reduce their exposure to ESG risks while contributing to sustainable development. Major financial institutions like BNP Paribas and ING have been pioneers in this space.
with the global ESG-linked loan market growing significantly. And the last one is related to sustainable insurance. Indian insurers have innovated sustainable insurance products that address climate risks while promoting eco-friendly practices. Key developments include premium discounts for green buildings, special coverage for renewable energy projects, weather index-based agricultural insurance, electric vehicle-specific policies, and sustainability-linked premium adjustments. Major insurers like LIC, IKCI Lombard, and HDFC Ergo have launched products covering climate-related risks while incentivizing sustainable practices. The sustainable insurance market has grown significantly, with green insurance premiums increasing from Rs 800 crore in 2020 to over Rs 2500 crore by 2023. Mainly classified under three main categories as first, environmental stewardship that covers circular economy. Manufacturing companies are increasingly adopting circular economy principles to minimize waste and conserve resources. This involves designing products for recyclability, reusing materials, and reducing energy consumption. Clean technology. Investing in clean technologies such as renewable energy sources and energy-efficient processes can significantly reduce a company's environmental footprint. Besides use of AI technologies, say as machine learning, IoT and sensor and blockchain technology, making a way out for effective ESG database management. Supply chain sustainability, ensuring sustainable practices throughout the supply chain is crucial. This includes minimizing carbon emissions, reducing waste, and promoting ethical sourcing. Second is related with social responsibility, worker welfare and safety. Prioritizing worker safety and well-being is essential. This involves providing safe working conditions, fair wages, and opportunities for skill development. Community engagement. Building strong relationships with local communities can lead to positive social impact. Companies can contribute to community development initiatives, support education, and create job opportunities. And above all, the master layer in ESG is related to governance. Ethical business practices. Adhering to ethical business practices, such as avoiding corruption and bribery, is crucial for maintaining a positive reputation. Transparency and accountability. Transparent reporting on ESG performance can enhance trust with stakeholders. This includes disclosing environmental impact, social initiatives, and governance practices. By integrating ESG principles into manufacturing processes, companies can create a more sustainable and responsible future. ESG in rural development, largely focused on first sustainable agriculture. India's rural development landscape has witnessed significant ESG-driven transformations in recent years. In sustainable agriculture, initiatives like the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana have promoted organic farming, reduced chemical fertilizer use, and improved soil health. This has helped small and marginal farmers adopt eco-friendly practices while enhancing crop yields and incomes. Second is related with rural renewable energy access that has expanded dramatically, with the government's Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana electrifying over 28 million households by 2023. This has improved energy security, reduced carbon emissions, and enabled productive uses of electricity in agriculture and rural enterprises. While the last is the major element related to financial inclusion that has been a key priority, with the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana opening over 460 million bank accounts. This has empowered the unbanked population, enabling access to credit, insurance, and government welfare schemes. Digital payment infrastructure and self-help group linkages have further strengthened financial inclusion in rural India. Urban planning is largely confined to one, green infrastructure that addresses three main issues about urban forests. Planting trees and creating green spaces can help mitigate urban heat islands, improve air quality, and enhance biodiversity. Green roofs and walls. These features can reduce energy consumption, absorb stormwater runoff, and provide habitat for wildlife. Water-sensitive urban design. Implementing water-sensitive design strategies such as bioretention ponds and permeable pavements can help manage stormwater runoff and reduce flooding. 2. Renewable energy access. Promote by large 3 methods. Solar power. Installing solar panels on rooftops and in community solar projects can reduce reliance on fossil fuels and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Wind power. Utilizing wind energy, especially in coastal or windy areas, can provide clean and renewable electricity. Energy efficiency. Improving energy efficiency in buildings and infrastructure can significantly reduce energy consumption and associated emissions. 3. Waste management takes up the challenge of waste reduction and recycling. Implementing waste reduction programs, recycling initiatives, and composting can minimize waste disposal and conserve resources. Waste to energy. Converting waste into energy through technologies like incineration and anaerobic digestion can reduce landfill waste and generate electricity. Sustainable materials. Promoting the use of sustainable materials in construction and infrastructure can reduce the environmental impact of urban development. By incorporating these ESG principles into urban planning, cities can create more sustainable, resilient, and equitable environments for future generations. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has introduced a comprehensive regulatory framework for environmental, social, and governance (ESG) rating providers (ERPs). This framework, part of the SEBI Credit Rating Agency's Regulations 1999, aims to enhance transparency, accountability, and reliability in ESG ratings. Key guidelines include mandatory registration for ERPs, sharing draft ESG rating reports with rated entities before publication, and allowing issuers to respond to ratings. Additionally, ERPs using a subscriber pays model are exempt from disclosing ratings to stock exchanges, provided they have no non-public information affecting the rating. Globally, SEBI's policy sets a benchmark for ESG regulation, positioning India ahead of many developed jurisdictions like the EU, UK, and Singapore. This move is expected to attract more sustainable investments and improve the overall ESG ecosystem by addressing issues like greenwashing and inconsistent rating methodologies. As of the latest available information, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has recognized nearly 14 ESG rating providers that can assess the environmental, social, and governance performance of companies. Further, the rating indices play a crucial role in assessing the performance of companies and sectors. In India, several indices specifically track the performance of companies committed to environmental, social, and governance (ESG) principles. First, Nifty 100 ESG sector leaders. Index. This index tracks the performance of the top 100 ESG leaders from the Nifty 100 index. It aims to provide investors with an opportunity to invest in companies that demonstrate strong ESG practices. Second, MSCI India ESG leaders. Index. MSCI, a leading provider of investment decision tools and services, has launched the MSCI India ESG Leaders Index. This index tracks the performance of Indian companies that demonstrate strong ESG performance relative to their peers. Third, MSCI India ESG Leaders Index. This index is designed to track the performance of Indian companies that have high ESG ratings and low ESG risk scores. It offers investors exposure to companies that are committed to sustainability and responsible business practices. These indices provide valuable insights into the performance of ESG-focused companies in India. By tracking these indices, investors can make informed decisions and align their investments with their sustainability goals. The growing momentum of environmental, social, and governance (ESG) integration faces several significant hurdles. We shall now discuss various types of challenges in ESG. The first challenges is related to adoption of ESG philosophy. 1. Lack of standardization remains a primary concern, with multiple frameworks like GRI, SASB, and TCFD creating confusion among organizations. This fragmented landscape makes it difficult for companies to determine which standards to follow and complicates comparison across businesses and sectors. 2. Data availability poses another critical challenge. companies struggle to collect comprehensive ESG data, particularly for Scope 3 emissions and supply chain metrics. Small and medium enterprises often lack the infrastructure to track and monitor ESG metrics effectively. Additionally, the quality and reliability of available data remain inconsistent, making it challenging for investors to make informed decisions. 3. Cost concerns significantly impact ESG adoption, especially for smaller organizations. Implementing robust ESG monitoring systems, hiring specialized personnel, and obtaining third-party verifications requires substantial investment. The need for regular reporting and updates adds to operational expenses, while technology upgrades for data collection and analysis further strain budgets. Addressing these challenges is key to advancing ESG adoption globally, promoting transparency, and fostering sustainable growth. Organizations face multiple hurdles in implementing effective ESG strategies. 1. Data quality, which remains a fundamental challenge with inconsistencies in measurement methodologies and reporting frameworks, making it difficult to ensure accurate, comparable information. Many companies struggle with data verification and validation processes. 2. Implementation costs that pose significant barriers, particularly for smaller organizations. The expenses include technology infrastructure, reporting systems, third-party audits, and compliance mechanisms. These financial burdens often deter companies from fully embracing ESG initiatives. 3. A growing skill gap further complicates ESG implementation. Organizations lack professionals with expertise in sustainability metrics, ESG reporting, and impact assessment. This shortage of qualified personnel hampers effective strategy execution and monitoring. 4. The inherent complexity of ESG frameworks creates confusion. Multiple stakeholder requirements, evolving regulations, and diverse reporting standards make implementation challenging. Organizations struggle to navigate this complex landscape while maintaining operational efficiency. 5. Finally, greenwashing concerns have intensified scrutiny of ESG claims. Companies face pressure to demonstrate genuine commitment rather than superficial compliance. The challenge lies in proving authentic ESG integration while avoiding accusations of misleading stakeholders. Finally, ESG implementation presents significant challenges for organizations striving to meet sustainability goals by reporting then true status of ESG for an entity. 1. Data collection that remains a fundamental hurdle as companies struggle to gather comprehensive, accurate information across complex global operations and supply chains. Organizations face difficulties in tracking and measuring intangible metrics, particularly in social and governance dimensions. 2. Metric standardization that poses a major challenge due to multiple competing frameworks and reporting standards. The lack of unified measurement approaches makes it difficult for organizations to determine which metrics to prioritize and how to measure them consistently. This fragmentation creates confusion and increases compliance costs. 3. Verification of ESG data presents another significant challenge. Organizations struggle with validating data accuracy and establishing reliable audit trails. The absence of standardized verification processes raises questions about data credibility and reliability. 4. Comparability issues arise from inconsistent reporting methods across industries and regions. The lack of standardized metrics makes it difficult to benchmark performance and assess progress meaningfully against peers and industry standards. 5. Resource constraints significantly impact implementation efforts. Organizations face limitations in financial resources, technological infrastructure, and human capital needed for effective ESG integration and reporting. The environmental, social, and governance ESG framework is rapidly gaining traction in India, driven by the growing awareness of climate change, investor pressure, and regulatory mandates. The future of ESG in India holds immense potential, especially in the context to first potential in growing industries. India's commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2070, as announced at the COP26 summit, has set the stage for a significant shift towards sustainable practices. The ESG framework is expected to play a crucial role in sectors such as renewable energy, electric vehicles, green hydrogen, and climate technology. These industries are poised to benefit from increased ESG investments, which could represent 34% of India's total assets under management, AUM, by 2051. Second, responsible business behavior. The ESG mandate encourages companies to adopt ethical practices, transparency, and accountability. This shift is not only beneficial for the environment, but also enhances corporate reputation and stakeholder trust. Indian businesses are increasingly integrating ESG principles into their strategies, focusing on reducing carbon footprints, promoting social responsibility, and ensuring good governance. Companies like Tata Steel, Infosys, and Mahindra have already made significant strides in this direction. Third, accounting market forces. ESG compliance is becoming a critical factor in financial performance and market valuation. Investors are increasingly considering ESG scores provided by research entities like MSCI and Sustainalytics when making investment decisions. This trend is driving companies to improve their ESG performance, to attract capital, and enhance their market position. Fourth, innovation and ideas. Innovation plays a pivotal role in advancing ESG goals. Companies are exploring new technologies and business models to address environmental and social challenges. For instance, the adoption of renewable energy sources, waste reduction initiatives, and sustainable supply chain practices are becoming more prevalent. These innovations not only contribute to sustainability, but also create new business opportunities and competitive advantages. Fifth, role of regulatory authority. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has been instrumental in promoting ESG practices through initiatives like the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework. SEBI's regulations mandate listed companies to disclose their ESG initiatives, ensuring transparency and accountability. The regulatory body also emphasizes the importance of ESG risk management and mitigation strategies. This regulatory support is crucial for fostering a culture of responsible business practices in India. And the last and final is related to enhancing India's ESG global leadership. India's proactive approach to ESG is positioning the country as a global leader in sustainability. By aligning with international standards and collaborating with global partners, India is contributing to the global sustainability agenda. The country's efforts in promoting ESG practices are not only beneficial for its own economic growth, but also for the global community. Here we end this presentation and now summarizing it with the topics we covered today. We introduced to the concept of the scope of applied ESG and describing the scenario of ESG investment in India. This is followed up ESG and foreign investment and thereby highlight the reasons for the rise of ESG investing in India. Later we discuss how ESG is related to financial services and manufacturing industries, and it is useful for rural development and urban planning. We also discuss about ESG rating policy and indices in India, and later highlighted various ESG challenges under 3 categories, as in adoption, implementation, and in reporting. Lastly, we narrated what is the future potential of ESG in India, but this will all happen only if there is huge investment for ESG in India. So stay tuned till next week when we dive into this interesting topic of what is the potential of the growth of ESG investing in India. Hello and welcome back. This is your host, Harshit Sinha, with the last topic on the ESG series related to the growth of ESG investing in India. The growth of environmental, social, and governance investing in India has gained significant momentum in recent years, driven by increasing awareness of sustainability issues among investors, companies, and regulators. ESG investing focuses on companies that demonstrate strong performance in environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and governance practices. With its large and diverse economy, India is witnessing a shift towards responsible investing as stakeholders recognize the long-term benefits of sustainable business practices. regulatory efforts by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, such as mandating the disclosure of ESG-related information for listed companies, have further fueled this growth. Institutional investors, including mutual and pension funds, are increasingly incorporating ESG factors into their decision-making processes. India's burgeoning clean energy and technology sectors are also attracting ESG-focused investments. As global investors prioritize sustainable portfolios, India's role in the ESG space is expected to expand, making it a key player in the global sustainability movement. Now let us explore in brief the important points related to this topic. But before that, the viewer must be reminded that we are not going to do any assessment of the corporate entity, but explore the topic under a common heading. Now, what made foreign investment in India for ESG? It would be not wrong to say that the environmental, social, and governance factors are increasingly influencing foreign investments in India, contributing to enhanced foreign direct investment attraction, portfolio investments, and strategic partnerships. Investors are now prioritizing companies with strong ESG performance, viewing them as more sustainable and less prone to risks. India's regulatory frameworks, such as the Securities and Exchange Board of India guidelines on ESG disclosures, have bolstered investor confidence by promoting transparency. For FDI, international companies are keen on investing in sectors aligned with global sustainability trends, including renewable energy and electric vehicles. ESG-focused investments are also visible in India's capital markets, with a growing number of global asset managers incorporating ESG criteria into their portfolio strategies. Strategic partnerships are evolving as multinational corporations collaborate with Indian firms to meet global sustainability goals. This synergy is especially evident in sectors like clean tech, where India offers both market potential and cost-effective solutions for global challenges. Now let us look at ESG funds in global context. ESG investing is still in its nascent stages in India, despite global growth in the sector. Globally, countries like the US, UK, and Canada lead the ESG investment landscape with over 500 ESG-focused funds each, showcasing the widespread integration of sustainability criteria into investment strategies. In contrast, India is gradually embracing ESG principles, with growing interest from institutional and retail investors. Globally, around 182 countries have at least one significant player in the Asian ESG market, indicating broad regional interest. Additionally, 119 countries are experiencing a rapidly expanding ESG investment sector, highlighting the potential for future growth. Among 23 countries, India, classified as an emerging market with significant potential for ESG growth, is gradually aligning itself with global trends. Initiatives like the SEBI's ESG disclosure norms and India's clean energy focus are key drivers of this shift. As ESG investing matures, India is poised to become an increasingly attractive destination for global investors. Now let us discuss about the status of ESG in India. ESG investing in India saw a major breakthrough in 2018 with the launch of the country's first ESG-focused mutual fund by SBI Mutual Fund. This marked the beginning of a significant shift towards sustainable investing. The trend gained momentum in 2020 when several prominent fund houses, including Axis, ICICI Prudential, and Quantum, introduced their own ESG schemes. The surge in ESG fund launches was driven by increasing investor awareness and the rising importance of sustainability factors in decision-making. By 2021, the assets under management, AUM, in ESG funds in India surpassed Rs 12,000 crore, signaling growing investor interest in responsible investing. Over 10 ESG funds were available for Indian investors by this time, offering diverse strategies focused on environmental, social, and governance criteria. The ESG sector's growth trajectory is expected to continue, with projections suggesting the AUM could reach Rs 50,000 crore by 2023, accompanied by the launch of new thematic ESG funds. Now we shall discuss the portfolio composition of ESG funds in India. This is shaped by a focus on companies that meet environmental, social, and governance criteria. Understanding the sector allocation of these funds helps shed light on the types of businesses investors prioritize based on sustainability and ethical practices. In India, financial services is one of the leading sectors in ESG funds, with banks, insurance companies, and asset management firms playing a significant role. These companies are increasingly adopting robust governance practices and focusing on sustainable finance, such as green bonds and financing for renewable energy projects. IT services also feature prominently in ESG portfolios. The sector's digital transformation and the adoption of green technologies, such as cloud computing and AI, contribute to improved environmental performance. Many Indian IT companies are aligning their business models with global sustainability standards, making them attractive for ESG investors. Telecommunication is another key sector, as firms within this space focus on reducing their carbon footprint and improving digital accessibility, which is integral to social sustainability. Pharmaceuticals represent a growing area in ESG funds due to the sector's focus on improving health outcomes and ethical business practices, including responsible manufacturing and drug pricing. Now we shall discuss about the growing emphasis on environmental, social, and governance factors in investment decision-making that has led to the emergence of dedicated ESG equity funds in India. These funds aim to provide investors with exposure to companies that demonstrate strong ESG practices, aligning with the global push for sustainable and responsible investing. As the image in slide shows, the 1-year and 3-year returns of the featured ESG equity funds have generally outperformed the Nifty 50 TRI benchmark, suggesting that ESG integration can potentially enhance investment performance. For instance, the SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund has delivered 15.8% and 18.2% returns over the 1-year and 3-year periods, respectively, outpacing the benchmark's 12.9% and 15.7% returns. This trend highlights the increasing investor appetite for ESG-focused investment products in India, driven by growing awareness, regulatory changes, and a shift towards more sustainable and responsible business practices. As the ESG landscape continues to evolve, the future may see further innovation, increased adoption, and a stronger position for India as a global leader in ESG integration. Now we shall highlight assets under management, AUM, in India. The size of a fund's assets under management, AUM, can significantly impact its performance and expense ratio. Examining the AUM of the selected ESG funds provides interesting insights. The SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund, with an AUM of nearly rupees 4,913 crores, is the largest among the funds featured. This substantial asset base can provide the fund with greater economies of scale, potentially leading to lower expense ratios and improved operational efficiency. The Axis ESG Equity Fund, with an AUM of around rupees 1,496 crores, is the second largest in the group. While not as sizable as the SBI fund, this still represents a significant asset base that can benefit from scale advantages. In contrast, the Quantum India ESG Equity Fund, with an AUM of just rupees 170 crores, is the smallest among the selected funds. Smaller AUMs can face challenges in terms of higher expense ratios and may have less bargaining power with service providers, which could impact the fund's performance. These variations in AUM highlight the importance of considering a fund size when evaluating its overall performance and suitability for an investor's portfolio. Now let us differentiate with ESG versus traditional investing. The comparison between the Nifty 100 TRI, traditional index, and Nifty 100 ESG TRI, ESG index, provides valuable insights into the performance of ESG investing versus traditional investing in the Indian context. From 2012 to 2020, the Nifty 100 ESG TRI outperformed the Nifty 100 TRI, indicating that sustainable investing strategies can potentially generate superior returns. This trend suggests that companies with strong ESG practices may be better positioned to navigate evolving market dynamics and capitalize on emerging opportunities. Notably, since 2020, the outperformance of the ESG index has continued, highlighting the growing investor preference for sustainable investment options. This shift is driven by various factors, including increased awareness of environmental and social risks, regulatory changes, and a growing consensus that ESG integration can enhance long-term value creation. The future scenario for ESG investing in India looks promising. The growing interest and commitment to sustainable practices among corporates, coupled with supportive regulatory frameworks, are likely to drive further outperformance of ESG-focused investments. As more investors allocate capital to ESG-aligned funds, the demand for such products is expected to rise, potentially leading to continued sustainable investing outperformance. The expense ratios are crucial in ESG investing, and we discuss here about it. The expense ratio is a crucial factor for investors to consider when evaluating mutual funds, as it directly impacts the net returns they can expect to receive. In the context of the selected ESG funds, there is a notable variation in the expense ratios. At the lower end of the spectrum, the Quant ESG Equity Fund and the Kotak ESG Opportunities Fund stand out with expense ratios of 0.64% and 0.61% respectively. These relatively low expense ratios indicate that a larger portion of the fund's returns are retained by the investors, potentially leading to better overall performance. In the moderate range, the ICICI Prudential ESG Fund and the Quantum India ESG Equity Fund have expense ratios of 0.9% and 0.97% respectively. While not as low as the previous two funds, these expense ratios are still within a reasonable range, allowing investors to benefit from the fund's ESG-focused strategies. At the higher end, the SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund has an expense ratio of 1.34%. This relatively higher expense ratio may erode a more significant portion of the fund's returns, potentially impacting its overall competitiveness compared to its lower cost counterparts. These expense ratio variations highlight the importance for investors to carefully consider the cost structure of ESG funds, as it can have a meaningful impact on their long-term investment outcomes. Now we shall discuss the investment trends in environment sector. In 2022, the total investment by the top 100 listed companies in India was estimated at approximately R1.2 trillion, with a significant portion directed towards environmental sustainability initiatives. This marks a 32% increase in environmental investments compared to 2021, reflecting the growing corporate commitment to sustainability. Among the top 10 environmental investors, the average investment per company is nearly $50 billion, demonstrating the substantial financial commitments made towards green projects. Notably, these companies allocated approximately 15% of their average revenue to environmental initiatives, signaling a strong focus on addressing climate change, resource conservation, and energy efficiency. The increased environmental investments align with global trends of rising awareness and regulatory pressure for businesses to adopt sustainable practices. This surge in funding reflects not only corporate responsibility, but also the recognition of the long-term financial benefits tied to sustainability. The slide over here discusses the top environmental investment area. Renewable energy dominates the environmental investment landscape in India, with major focus on solar, wind, and hydroelectric projects. Companies are significantly investing in solar parks, wind farms, and hydroelectric facilities driven by government initiatives and reducing technology costs. Energy efficiency represents the second largest investment area, with companies focusing on smart grid implementation and energy-saving technologies. This includes investments in IoT-based energy management systems and energy-efficient manufacturing processes. Waste management initiatives have gained traction, particularly in recycling and circular economy projects. Companies are investing in waste-to-energy plants, plastic recycling facilities, and implementing circular economy principles in their operations. water conservation and treatment receive comparatively less investment attention despite their critical importance. While some companies are investing in water treatment plants and conservation technologies, the overall investment proportion remains lower than other environmental areas. Biodiversity-related investments, including afforestation and habitat restoration, currently represent the smallest share of environmental investments. Despite their ecological importance, these initiatives often receive limited corporate funding, possibly due to longer return periods and difficulty in measuring direct business benefits. After understanding then priorities of investment in environment, now we shall discuss about the challenges in environmental investment. High initial costs present a significant barrier to environmental investments. Companies face substantial upfront capital requirements for renewable energy infrastructure, energy-efficient technologies, and environmental management systems. This challenge is particularly acute for small and medium enterprises. Regulatory uncertainty poses another major challenge. Frequent changes in environmental policies, varying state regulations, and evolving compliance requirements create hesitation among investors. This uncertainty affects long-term investment planning and risk assessment. The skills gap in environmental technology and sustainability management hinders effective implementation. Companies struggle to find qualified professionals with expertise in green technologies, environmental impact assessment, and sustainable project management. Return on investment, ROI, concerns remain prevalent. The longer payback periods for environmental investments, coupled with uncertain market conditions and technology risks, make it difficult for companies to justify these investments to stakeholders. Now we shall discuss what are the government initiatives supporting environment investment. We have also discussed in another presentation, but portraits towards the most confined government strategies, the National Action Plan on Climate Change, i.e., NAPCC, provides a comprehensive framework for addressing climate challenges through 8 national missions. These missions focus on solar energy, energy efficiency, sustainable habitats, and water resources, creating opportunities for environmental investments. The Production-Linked Incentive, i.e. PLI scheme, has been extended to include green technologies, offering incentives for manufacturing solar panels, energy storage systems, and other environmental technologies. This scheme aims to boost domestic manufacturing capabilities in sustainable technologies. Green bonds have emerged as a significant funding mechanism, with the government's Sovereign Green Bonds Initiative raising substantial capital for environmental projects. In 2023, India raised $2 billion through green bonds, demonstrating strong market interest in sustainable financing instruments. The future projections of environmental investments in the period of 2023-2025 is expected to witness a robust 40% growth. This surge is primarily driven by increased renewable energy adoption, stricter regulatory requirements, and growing investor pressure for sustainable business practices. While in 2026-2028, projections indicate another 40% growth phase in environmental investments. This period is likely to see accelerated investments in advanced green technologies, circular economy initiatives, and sustainable infrastructure development. The period of 2029-2030 witnessed a significant milestone, is anticipated with 80% of India's top 1,000 companies expected to achieve carbon neutrality. This projection aligns with India's commitment to net zero emissions and suggests massive investments in clean technology and carbon reduction initiatives. Overall, these projections indicate a robust growth trajectory for environmental investments in India. As awareness increases and technologies become more affordable, we expect to see a surge in corporate commitments towards sustainability. How let us explore the status of social investment, having the total spending of Rs 24,864 crores for the FY 2021 highlights significant increase from the previous year that indicating growing commitment to social investment. Of these, 37% was invested in education sector as the largest recipient highlight of CSR funds, reflecting the priority given to human capital development followed by 16% in healthcare sector, the second largest recipient, highlighting the focus on improving public health outcomes. One of the important points observed during the 2021 was investment of rupees 1537 crores in the response of COVID-19 pandemic that was purely dedicated in the relief operation, thereby showcasing corporate agility in addressing urgent social cause needs. These figures from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs illustrate the substantial financial commitment Indian corporates are making towards social causes. The diverse allocation of funds demonstrates a holistic approach to addressing various social challenges. Continuing from the previous slide, we shall now explore impact investing, which has gained significant traction in India, with investors seeking both financial returns and measurable social impact. This model focuses on sectors like education, healthcare, and financial inclusion, with investments expected to reach $50 billion by 2025. Blended finance combines public and private capital to increase investment in sustainable development. This model has been particularly successful in funding renewable energy projects and affordable housing initiatives, leveraging government guarantees to attract private investment. Social bonds are emerging as popular instruments for funding social projects. India has seen several successful social bond issuances focusing on education, healthcare, and women's empowerment programs. Corporate venturing in social enterprises has increased, with major corporations establishing dedicated funds for social impact startups. This approach combines corporate expertise with social innovation, creating sustainable solutions for societal challenges. Overall, Indian corporates are exploring innovative financial models to maximize the impact of their social investments. These approaches allow for more efficient capital allocation, scalability of social initiatives, and alignment of financial and social returns. Now we shall discuss the emerging trend of collaborative partnership, first discussing corporate NGO partnerships have evolved significantly in India, moving beyond traditional philanthropy to strategic collaborations. These partnerships leverage corporate resources and NGO expertise to address social challenges effectively. Examples include technology companies partnering with education NGOs for digital literacy programs. Second, public-private partnerships, i.e. PPP, have become instrumental in scaling social impact initiatives. Government schemes combined with private sector efficiency have successfully addressed challenges in healthcare, education, and rural development. Notable success stories include rural healthcare delivery models and skill development programs. And the third is related to industry consortiums are emerging as powerful platforms for collective action on social issues. Companies within sectors collaborate to address common challenges, share best practices, and create industry-wide standards for social responsibility. These consortiums have been particularly effective in addressing supply chain sustainability and worker welfare. Lastly, one can say that partnerships and collaborative initiatives are becoming increasingly important in the realm of social investments. By pooling resources, expertise, and networks, Indian corporates can create more significant and sustainable impact. These collaborations also facilitate knowledge sharing and the development of best practices in social investment strategies. Lastly, we will discuss the future trends in social investment. Today, the landscape of social investments by Indian corporates is expected to evolve significantly in the coming years. Emerging trends include a greater emphasis on addressing digital disparities, aligning social investments with climate action, and developing innovative financial models that integrate social impact into core business metrics. During 2023-2025, there is increased focus on digital inclusion and skill development for the AI-driven economy. Here, there is increased investment in digital literacy programs, expansion of skill development initiatives for the AI-driven economy, and enhanced focus on bridging the digital divide in rural areas. While during 2025-2027, it was projected that the growth in climate resilience and adaptation projects as part of social investments. Growth in climate adaptation projects, social investments aligned with environmental sustainability, community-based climate resilience programs, and development of sustainable livelihood models are few activities projected. The period 2027-2029 predicted that integration of social investments with core business strategies, moving beyond CSR, thereby making integration of social investments with core business strategies, movement beyond traditional CSR approaches, development of impact measurement frameworks, and enhanced stakeholder engagement models. Lastly, in the period of 2029-2030 will shows emergence of new financial instruments linking corporate performance to social outcomes, which will confine more to introduction of social impact bonds, performance-linked social investment instruments, integration of ESG metrics with social outcomes, and in development of new impact assessment methodologies. Having been discussed about environment and social investing, now we shall explore investments through governance. Indian corporations are increasingly prioritizing governance investments as a crucial component of their ESG strategy. The average annual investment in governance initiatives by large Indian corporates has reached approximately rupees 500 crores, reflecting the growing emphasis on robust corporate governance structures. A significant year-over-year increase of 15% in governance investments across Indian companies demonstrates the expanding commitment to transparency, accountability, and ethical business practices. Notably, about 60% of Nifty 100 companies have substantially increased their governance investments, focusing on areas such as board effectiveness and diversity, risk management systems, compliance frameworks, stakeholder engagement platforms, and ethics and anti-corruption measures. Continuing from the previous slide, we shall now focus on the key areas of governance investment. Governance investment focuses on enhancing the structures and practices that guide an organization's decision-making and operations. Key areas of governance investment include 1. Technology. Investing in technology solutions improves transparency, data management, and cybersecurity, enabling better decision-making and more effective governance. Technologies like blockchain can enhance traceability, while artificial intelligence supports risk management and predictive analytics. 2. Board diversity. A diverse board, in terms of gender, ethnicity, and expertise, enhances decision-making by bringing a range of perspectives. Evidence suggests that diverse boards are linked to improved financial performance and better risk management. 3. Compliance. Governance investments in compliance ensure that an organization meets legal and regulatory standards, minimizing risks and maintaining its reputation. This is especially critical in industries such as finance, healthcare, and energy. 4. Training. Ongoing governance, training for board members and executives ensures that leaders are informed about emerging risks, regulations, and best practices. This enables proactive management and strengthens organizational resilience. Measuring the return on investment, ROI, for governance investments requires assessing both financial and non-financial outcomes. Key metrics include 1. Financial metrics. These are measurable indicators such as revenue growth, cost savings, profitability, and return on equity, ROE, that reflect the financial impact of good governance practices. Strong governance often leads to better risk management, improved operational efficiency, and enhanced shareholder value. Research shows that companies with effective governance frameworks tend to experience superior financial performance. 2. Reputation score. A positive reputation built on transparency, ethical leadership, and strong governance can enhance a company's brand equity and customer loyalty. Reputational damage, conversely, can lead to financial losses. Tools like RepTrack provide a quantifiable measure of a company's reputation based on its governance practices, helping track public perception and its impact on long-term value. 3. Risk indicators. Monitoring risk metrics such as governance-related legal issues, regulatory fines, or internal control breakdowns helps gauge the effectiveness of governance investments in mitigating risks. A reduction in these risks often correlates with improved organizational stability and lower costs associated with litigation or compliance violations. 4. Stakeholder feedback. Regular surveys and feedback from employees, investors, customers, and other stakeholders provide qualitative insights into the perceived effectiveness of governance practices. Positive stakeholder engagement can lead to improved morale, loyalty, and investor confidence, which contribute to long-term success. These combined metrics offer a holistic view of governance ROI, balancing financial outcomes with reputational and risk management benefits. Governance investments, while crucial for long-term organizational success, often face significant challenges. Here are some key obstacles. 1. Cost concerns. Implementing robust governance practices can be expensive. Companies need to invest in systems, processes, and training to ensure compliance and effective governance. These costs can be particularly burdensome for small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, that may lack the financial resources of larger organizations. 2. Lack of expertise. Effective governance requires specialized knowledge and skills. Many companies struggle to find qualified professionals who can navigate the complexities of governance regulations and best practices. This shortage of expertise can hinder the implementation of effective governance frameworks. 3. Cultural resistance. Changing established organizational cultures to embrace governance principles can be challenging. Employees and management may resist new practices, especially if they perceive them as burdensome or unnecessary. Overcoming this resistance requires strong leadership and a commitment to fostering a culture of accountability and transparency. 4. Measurement difficulties. Assessing the impact of governance investments is not straightforward. Traditional financial metrics may not capture the full value of governance improvements. Developing appropriate metrics and benchmarks to measure governance performance can be complex and time-consuming. These barriers highlight the complexities in realizing the full benefits of governance investments, demanding strategic planning and resource allocation. The future of ESG investing in India is classified in 4 different duration of time. First, for 2025. By 2025, ESG assets in India are projected to reach $300 billion. This growth will be driven by increased investor interest and regulatory support. Mandatory ESG reporting for all listed companies will enhance transparency and accountability, making it easier for investors to make informed decisions. Second, in 2030, the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, in ESG data analytics will revolutionize the way ESG performance is measured and reported. This will lead to more accurate and real-time insights, helping companies and investors better understand their ESG impact. Additionally, the launch of the ESG-linked bonds market will provide new investment opportunities, allowing companies to raise capital for sustainable projects. Third, in 2035. By 2035, ESG criteria will become a standard part of all investment decisions. This shift will ensure that sustainability is at the core of financial strategies, driving long-term value creation. India is expected to emerge as a global leader in ESG, setting an example for other countries to follow. And fourth, for 2040, by 2040, India will have a fully developed ESG ecosystem with real-time sustainability tracking across industries. This will enable companies to monitor and improve their ESG performance continuously, leading to a more sustainable and resilient economy. Here we end the last topic related, the growth of ESG investing in India, that is the 5th part, last part of the series introduction of ESG in the India. In today's presentation, we have covered the introductory part of the topic, followed by discussion on the status of ESG and foreign investments in India, and what is the status of global context and for India ESG Fund. This followed up by the brief description about portfolio composition among the top sectors and performance of ESG funds in India. Besides status of assets under management, AUM, and a short comparison between ESG and traditional investing was described. Besides, status of expense ratios and investment trends was also discussed. Further, owing to the component of ESG, what are the top environmental investment areas and challenges in environmental investments were narrated, and what provision was made by the Government of India in this regard. In the end, the future scenario of environmental investment projections was estimated. This followed up with narration of the status of social investments, innovative social investment models, collaborative initiatives and partnerships, and future trends in social investments. Continuing the discussion, the current investment trends in governance was discussed along with the key areas of governance investment, measuring ROI on governance investments, and challenges in governance investments. Lastly, what would be the future of ESG investing in India was briefly highlighted. What next? Now stay tuned, as in the coming week, we are diving into a new series related to waste management with circular economy. Till then, I wish you a very warm season greeting with the emergency of winters.
Hello and welcome to my channel. I am your host Dr. Harshit Sinha, continuing the ESG series in context to India taking the word environment in ESG. It refers to how a company performs as a steward of the natural environment. It includes company's strategy for conserving natural resources, managing environmental risks, and the effects of their operation on the environment. One can also say that the environmental stewardship is where ESG insights become action owing to the prevailing laws of the country. Thus, it involves direct engagement between the investors and the companies they invest in, aiming to drive positive environmental changes and safeguards the long-term value of these companies. In the ESG framework for India, environment refers to the consideration of environmental factors when assessing the sustainability and ethical practice of a company or organization. It involves evaluating how organizations are managing their impact on the natural environment, including aspects such as the climatic change, pollution, resource consumption, and biodiversity conservation. Within the Indian context, considering the environment in ESG is important due to country's significant environment challenges. India faces issues such as air and water pollution, deforestation, depletion of natural resources, and the impact of the climatic change. Therefore, assessing and monitoring how companies in India addresses these challenges is vital in assessing their overall sustainability and ethical practice. In terms of ESG reporting, companies in India are encouraged to disclose information about their environmental performance such as greenhouse gas emission, waste management practice, and environmental. This information helps investors, stakeholders, and regulators to understand a company's environmental impact and its commitment to sustainable practice. Overall, within the ESG framework, environment refers to the consideration of environmental factors and the management of the company's impact on the natural environment to assess their sustainability and ethical practice. Before we proceed further for the environmental under ESG, let us know what India stands to the United Nations climate change parties traced during the Paris Agreement in 2015. The primary objective of the UN Paris Agreement is to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius with a preference for achieving a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrialist level. The agreement recognizes the urgent need to address climatic change and its potentially catastrophic impact. ESG disclosure has gained significant importance with a focus on analyzing specific risks and opportunities rather than high level. This shift in perspective highlights the need for the companies to provide detailed information on material ESG factors. The Task Force on the Climatic-Related Financial Disclosure has played a crucial role in shaping market and policy expectations for transparency. Their recommendations and the guidance have led to a paradigm shift in disclosure practice. This includes setting supervisory expectations, engaging with the industries to develop best practices, refreshing the TCFD guidelines within the regulatory. India, as a part of its commitment under COP21 Paris Agreement, has pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emission produced for every dollar of the economic activity by nearly half by the end of this decade. Additionally, India aims to achieve 40% of its electric power installed capacity from non-fossil source by 2030 with a target of installing of 175 gigawatt for renewable energy by 2022. Furthermore, India seeks to reduce the emission intensity of its entire country economic by 45%, encompassing all green gas not limited to CO2. This pledge and goals demonstrate India's dedication to addressing the climatic change, transitioning towards the renewable energy, and reducing its overall environmental impact. This slide explains the Indian context to COP26 Glasgow Climatic Pact in 2021. The summit primarily focused on the intersection of the climatic action and sustainable development goal. Its overarching objective was to achieve global net zero emission by the middle of the century while striving to limit the increase of global temperature to a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Key outcomes from COP26 includes a commitment to provide financial support for the climate adaptation efforts in developing countries. Additionally, there was a significant milestone in finalizing the Paris Agreement rulebook, which established transparency and reporting mechanism. This rulebook holds countries accountable for fulfilling their climate action commitments and self-defined targets outlined in their nationally determined contribution. Another crucial aspect addressed at the COP26 was the development of the market mechanism and non-market approaches, particularly outlined in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. These mechanisms aim to facilitate the transfer of emission reduction between the countries and incentives private sector's investment in climatic-friendly solutions. Additionally, countries explored non-market approaches to enhance cooperation on mitigation and adaptation efforts. India's commitment under COP21 Paris Agreement, the nations pledged to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2070. India also announced ambitious targets for expanding renewable energy infrastructure and reducing carbon emission as a part of its efforts to combat climate change and contribute to the global climate agenda. At COP27, India outlined its strategy for balancing development needs with climatic action. The focus is on just transition from fossil fuel to clean energy through the optimal use of natural resources and ensuring energy security. Major goals include rapidly expanding renewable, especially solar and wind energy, launching the National Hydrogen Mission to scale up the green hydrogen production, and threefold increase in the nuclear power by 2032. In the transport sector, increased use of biofuel like ethanol blending in petrol, greater electric vehicle penetration and adoption of green hydrogen fuel will drive low carbon transition. India aims to maximize the use of electric vehicle 20% ethanol blending by 2025 and enable a model shift towards public transport for passengers and freights. For sustainable and climatic resilient urban development initiatives like smart city, integrated planning for climate adaptation and energy efficiency, effective green building codes, and improved solid and liquid waste management will be pivotal. Industrial growth will continue while prioritizing energy efficiency via perform, achieve, and trade scheme, electrification and processes, material efficiency, recycling, and exploring options for hard-to-abate sectors like steel, cement, and aluminium. India has increased forest and tree cover alongside of economic growth in the last 3 decades. Low forest fire incidents and substantial carbon sequestration by forest and makes it on track to meet its enhanced NDC target in the area. The overall transition to low carbon pathway requires significant financing for developing countries like India. While costs are estimated in trillions of dollars, climate finance from developed nations falls short. India reiterates that developed countries must provide substantial grant and concessional loan for mitigation, adaptation, and just transition in the developing countries as per the UNFCCC. And historically, climate justice and equitable climate action remains India's key priority. India has increased forest and tree cover along with economic growth in the last 3 decades. Its low forest fire incidents and substantial sequestration by forest and trees make its own track enhanced NDC target in this area. However, the overall transition to the low carbon pathway required significant financing for developing countries like India. While cost of estimated in trillions of dollars, climate finance from developed nations falls short. The developed countries must provide substantial grants and concessional loan for mitigation, adaptation and just transition in the developing countries as per the UNFCCC's and historically responsibility. Climate justice and equitable climate action remains India's key priority. Now looking Indian context to COP28 in Dubai 2023, India has been at the forefront of supporting action-oriented steps at the global level in response of the climatic change. We have always held in the view that the people and the planet are inseparable and that human well-being and the nature are intrinsically. India is concerned of the global south and reiterated the urgency of making the means of implementation, particularly climate finance, available to the developing countries to achieve their climate ambitions and implement their NDCs. India's demand the operationalize of loss and damage funds and establishment of the UAE Climatic Investment Fund at the COP28 and called for a COP28 to deliver the following issues related to climate finance. India engagement at the COP28 led by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi showcase a comprehensive and proactive approach to tackling the climate change, emphasizing the urgency of accessible climate finance through multilateral development bank for developing nations. India highlighted the need to implement national determined contribution and voiced concern on the behalf of the global south. The initiative launched including led IT2 for the industry transition, the green credit program, incentives pro-environment action, and the focus on the Himalayan region vulnerability demonstrate the India's commitment to diversify strategies for sustainable development, mountain communities green and resilient with the help of National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem launched as a part of the National Action Plan on the Climate Change in India. Furthermore, India's involvement in the Quad Climatic Working Group and the Mangrove illustrate a recognition of the pivot role played by local communities and the regional government in fostering the sustainable lifestyle and holistic conservation efforts. National statement for India's emphasis India's comprehensive approach to environmental conservation, addressing not only the emission but also land degradation, ecosystem restoration, and biodiversity enrichment. The commitment to lending to micro, small, and medium enterprises (MSME) in the renewable energy sector, as highlighted by the IIndia, underscore India's focus on driving economic and environmental sustainability. Overall, India's active participation and the COP28 position the country as a proactive and influential player in the global fight against the climate change, causing a commitment to collaborate, innovate, and localize the. Looking at the definition aspect, environmental criteria in ESG evaluate how companies act as the stewards of nature through their business operation. The principal focus on the natural resources conservation, environmental risk management, and sustainable practice. It takes into account companies' utilization of natural resources and the effect of its operation on the environment, both direct operation and across its supply chain. The environmental criteria consider how a company safeguards the environment, including corporate policies addressing the climate change. It's a measure of a company's impact on the environment and its effectiveness in managing environmental risks, part of assessing the company's overall sustainability and ethical impact. The environmental factors include direct and indirect greenhouse gas emission, management stewardship, overall natural resources, and the firm overall resilience against the physical climate risk like climate change, flooding, and fires. This can also encompass things like carbon emissions, energy consumption, waste management, and water usage. India's national guidelines on responsible business conduct outline relevant principles. Principle 2 emphasizes providing safe, sustainable goods and services. Principle 6 focuses on respecting and protecting the, while Principle 9 highlights engaging consumer responsible without overexploitation. These three principles have been discussed in detail in my previous presentation. Today it appears that primarily environmental factors are those that will, based on the company's process of production, that will in some or another way affect external parameters like air, water, land, noise, hazardous item, etc. in the environment. This slide discusses the word environment in ESG. Today, environment stewardship is a growing priority for Indian industry driven by the climate change, scarcity, and community expectations. Moreover, the key environmental factors assess the external impacts of companies' production process on the natural environment. This includes strategies for energy efficiency, reducing carbon emission, and adopting renewable energy, curbing pollution, waste management, water conservation, biodiversity protection, and investing in the green technologies across the value chain of any production activity. Taking account of any type of production entity, it explores the environmental impact at commercial entity as well as in the surrounding resident community from the manufacturing entity. Referring Sustainable Development Goal 13 and 15, which are directly linked with the word environment of the ESG framework, while the other SDG goal 6, 7, 11, 12, 14 and 17 are some or the other way become a subset of the former two while the execution of any production activities. Thus, a strong environmental performance requires companies to align business operation with the ecological sustainability. It demonstrates commitment through concrete goals on the carbon neutrality, resources efficiency, renewable energy use, recycle, habitat preservation, and environmentally safe goods or services. Proactively mitigating environmental risk and transparency through disclosure build stakeholder trust. A collaborative approach between the companies, regulators, and the consumer can escalate India's transition to an inclusive green economy with a green environment. Addressing these issues is essential to the long-term financial stability of a company. Investors identify opportunities in eco-friendly activities which can lead to competitive advantage in eco-friendly goods and services. Well, this slide shows different types of law associated to the environment in India. India's environmental laws tapestry woven of international inspiration and domestic action. In 1972, UN Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm served as a pivotal movement highlighting the global interconnected environmental issues and human well-being. This sparked a call for balanced development that prioritized both economic progress and environmental protection. In response, India's constitution adopted environmental protection as a key principle. Article 48 mandates environmental improvement, while Article 51AG empowers citizens to protect nature. Furthermore, Parliament can enact law based on international agreement, and both central and the state government have legislative authority on the environmental matters. These constitutional principles translate into concrete action through a series of key laws. Life Protection Act safeguards animal and plant life, while the Water and Air Act's pollution control standards. The Environmental Protection Act bridge legal gaps and identify ecological sensitive areas. Scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers act recognize the right and livelihood of indigenous community, emphasizing the social dimension of environmental protection. This legal framework reflects India's recognition that environmental challenges are multifaceted and requires multi-pronged solutions. Balancing economic development with the environmental protection remains a key theme, demanding ongoing efforts to improve enforcement, update regulations, and addresses the emerging environmental concern. By weaving together international principles, domestic legislation, and institutional structure, India's environmental law offers a roadmap for a sustainable future. Continued vigilance and adaptation will be crucial in ensuring that this roadmap leads to a clear, greener India for generations to come. Well, it becomes more complex when we look industry-based applicable law. Further, industry-based applicable law helps strengthen environmental governance, and the National Green Tribunal provides a fast-track platform for resolving environmental disputes. The Biological Diversity Act tackles piracy and regulates the use of biological resources, highlighting India's commitment to biodiversity conservation. Numerous provisions with the Indian Penal Code and the Code of Criminal Procedure penalize public nuisance and empower magistrates to prevent environmental harm. Civil law principles related to the nuisance also facilitate actions against violation. The Compensatory Afforestation Funds Act of 2016, afforestation requirements and the fund management. India's Supreme Court has played a pioneering role in shaping environmental jurisprudence. It has led that the right to life Article 21 includes the right to wholesome environment through landmark judgment. Judicially endorsed principles such as polluter pays, precautionary principle, and public trust doctrine have instrumental in environmental protection. Procedural innovation, including the epistolary jurisdiction and continuing mandamus, enable the court to address environmental threats effectively. These laws are categorized based on the type of nature of industries, aiming to measure their impact on both physical and human parameters using baseline data. Consequently, India boasts a robust constitutional and legal framework supported by progressive judicial trends that prioritize environmental conservation. However, challenges persist in terms of implementation and enforcement, primarily due to insufficient capacities, limited community participation, and power imbalance. Nonetheless, the extensive regulatory framework and engaged judiciary provide a solid foundation for addressing India's environmental challenges. Now let us see comparison of ISO standards with the Indian Acts and Rules and Environment. Environmental concerns have become increasingly important in today's world, promoting the development of various frameworks and regulations to ensure responsible and sustainable practice. The Indian Acts and Rules and the International Organization of Standardization, that is ISO, are two prominent frameworks that addresses environmental issues. The narration aims to compare these two approaches, highlighting their similarity, differences, and overall effectiveness with the advent of ESG framework. It is noteworthy to compare the ISO with the existing Acts rules related to environment in India, because the former is voluntary while the latter gives much impetus to the mandatory national and the state government laws specific to environmental issues and pollution target. The main agenda of this slide is to share whatever is visualized as voluntary, which the country has taken seriously in its execution process. Thus today India competes with the rest of the world in maintaining the quality as well as ideology of the subject environment, and by large equally embedded easily with the ESG framework. The major strength of ISO is concerned with the adaptability to diversified industries, facilitating international trade and collaboration, regularly updated to reflect the advancements, provides business with the roadmap for environmental improvement. The major strength of ISO is concerned with the adaptability of diversified industries, facilitating international trade and collaboration, regularly updating to reflect advancement, provide business with a roadmap for environmental improvement. Our country's acts and rules are largely based on the principles near to the ISO that ensure comprehensive protection along with the business operation in diversified industries, equally recognize the rights of indigenous community and promote participation much ahead in the philosophy of the equity of benefits among the concerned stakeholders. Or one can say that the ISO is traditionally limited, increasing through stakeholders forum and partnership, while the later varied with the regulations mandating the community involvement. The major limitation observed with the ISO is that no guarantee of compliance and potential greenwashing may not directly address a specific environmental issue. Traditional lack of stakeholders' involvement and largely rely on the self-assessment and certification by independent bodies, limited or voluntary mechanism like audits and report. On the other hand, the formation of acts and rules relates to complexity, bureaucracy, and enforcement challenges, and its implementation involves cumbersome and time-consuming to navigate and limited monitoring capacity, resources, constraints for enforcement, potential disconnect between specific regulations and broader environmental goals that are enrooted largely with the government or accrediting agency, pollution control board, and designated courts enforcing penalty, fines, and corrective action order. Lastly, one can say that the potential of synergy that integrate ISO standards into relevant Indian regulation for practical tools and a stronger scientific basis. Besides, capacity to understand and implement both frameworks promote stakeholder engagement in standard development and regulatory decision making. Both ISO standards and the Indian Acts and Rules serve crucial role in environmental protection. ISO standard provides a global benchmark for best practices, while the Indian Acts and Rules serve as a legal framework with the enforceability. While ISO standards facilitate the voluntary adoption on a global scale, the Indian legal framework promotes mandatory compliance within the country. An effective environmental management system should combine the strength of both these approaches to ensure comprehensive and sustainable environmental practice. Collaboration between ISO standards and the country-specific law can further strengthen global environmental protection efforts under the ESG framework. This slide is a bit descriptive because it involves the initiative to climatic change in context to ESG by India. After the Paris Agreement 2015, India has progressed a lot to strengthen its efforts for global environmental protection under the ESG framework. Though the progress is at slow pace, remarkable and concreted efforts that lead to many affirmative action in this regard, highlighting India's significant role and contribution towards climate action. At the international level, India's contribution to climate action has been significant through its international efforts such as International Solar Alliance, Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, creation of LED-IT, Infrastructure of Resilient and Island States, CAT Alliance. The Global Biofuel Alliance, launched when the G20 leaders met in Delhi earlier in this year, seeks to serve as a catalytic platform fostering global collaboration for advancement and widespread adoption of biofuels. Here produces a list of concrete efforts made by India which equals to that international standard and free in doing international trade around the world. India, the world's second most populous country, faces major environmental challenges stemming from its rapid economic growth and industrialization. Protecting the environment is a key priority of India. Initiatives like the National Solar Mission aim to rapidly increasing renewable energy capacity to 175 gigawatts by 2022 and ensure clean energy security. The National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency targets annual saving of 10% of energy consumption by upgrading technology across sectors. Rigorous emission standards for vehicles have been implemented to control air pollution in cities. The LED Ujala scheme has distributed over 300 million LED bulbs, leading to 35 million tons of CO2 reduction annually. On the environmental front, India enacted the Biological Diversity Act to protect its ecological resources. However, industrialization and lack of strict enforcement have led to the continued loss of forest and wildlife. Air pollution from vehicle, industries and biomass burning in a massive health, with Indian cities ranking among the most populated globally. India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gas after China and USA. Recognizing this, India has taken many positive policy action on the climatic change, curbing emission and promoting sustainability. The National Action Plan on Climate Change, launched in 2008, outlined measures for climate mitigation and adaptation across 8 core sectors. The plan promotes greener development and envisages creation of new funding mechanism to support such efforts. The National Mission for Sustainable Habitat promotes energy efficient building and waste management in cities. The National Water Mission focuses on the water conservation, rainwater harvesting and equitable distribution. The National Mission for a Green India aims to increase forest cover by 5 million hectares, critical for climate regulation. The National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem protects the fragile Himalayan ecosystem essential for water security in India. Expanding renewable energy capacity is a key priority. India aims to achieve 175 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity by 2023 under its National Solar Mission. It has made rapid progress with the current renewable energy capacity over 150 gigawatts. India has also set a goal of increasing energy efficiency by 20 to 25% under the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. Cleaning up India's populated urban areas is another focus. The National Mission on Sustainable Habitat promotes sustainability in cities through improvement in energy efficiency, urban planning, transportation and the waste management. Many Indian cities are switching their public transport fleets to cleaner natural gas and electric vehicles. Ahmedabad launched India's first municipal green bond in 2018 to finance sustainable infrastructure. Recognizing the importance of forests, India launches the National Mission of Green India to increase forest tree cover by 5 million hectares and improve the quality of forests. The National Mission on Strategic Knowledge of Climatic Change promotes research on the impact and adaptation to climate change. Project Tiger and the Project Elephant conserve flagship species and their habitats. India has nearly attained the goal of bringing a third of its area under the forest and tree cover. Compensatory afforestation is mandated for the diversion of the forest land to minimize the ecological loss. However, more need to be done to reservation degradation from pressure like development projects, overgrazing and encroachments. Waste management and curbing pollution are also gaining more attention. Many cities are modernizing waste collection system and building waste to energy plants. Delhi's India's most polluted city is deploying smoke towers and procuring electric bus to cut the pollution, but still it is not sufficient. The National Clean Air Program seeks to reduce particulate pollution in over 100 cities by 20 to 30% over 2017 levels by 2024-25. Plastic waste management rules curb single-use plastic. The Swachh Bharat mission has built over 110 million toilets to end open defecation and is supporting waste management program across India. India banned single-use plastic in 2022. More broadly, the Indian industry is also awakening to the importance of environment, sustainability and governance due to the growing global focus on ESG investing and disclosure. Top Indian companies are now reporting on their ESG policy, carbon footprint and sustainability targets more transparently. Reliance, India's largest company, recently unveiled ambitious net carbon zero target for 2035. More firms are also linking executive pay to ESG goals. While India still faces huge environmental and sustainable challenge, the policymaker and initiative launched in a recent year demonstrate India's commitment to tackle climate change comprehensively. National Action Plan on Climate Change and specific mission for solar energy efficiency, forests and sustainability put India on the right path. But stronger implementation of ESG policy, public-private partnerships, and civil society participation will be the key to translating these goals into effective action on the ground with its growing economic and large populations. India's ability to balance development needs with the environmental sustainability will be the important goal story in the 21st century under ESG framework. Now we will focus what does the environment management contains in context to the ESG framework. That is, the environment elements should be included in ESG framework. The ESG framework in India refers to set of guidelines and principles that companies and organizations can adopt to measure and assess their environmental, social and governance practice. ESG considerations have gained significantly importance in recent years as investors and stakeholders increasingly focuses on sustainability and responsible business practices. Ministry of Forest and Environment and Climatic Change of India has had a very exhaustive structural scope covering all aspects of environment protection and promotion. Taking account of these, the question arises as to what should be included as per the ESG framework of our country. ambit includes key element of environmental stewardship with aligned with the ESG framework covering all of the 11 topics highlighted in the slides. These pillar focuses on the company's impact on the environment. It involves assessing environmental risk, identifying opportunities for conservation and resource management, mitigating pollution and promoting sustainable. Companies are encouraged to disclose their greenhouse gas, water usage, waste management strategy, and initiatives to address climate change. However, looking at the adoption of the principles like adopting a life cycle approach, continuous improvement, stakeholders engagement, monitoring requirements covering habitat and wildlife conservation, afforestation, biopiracy, extended producer responsibility, etc. It was decided that ESG framework for the environment must revolve around 11 major elements as displayed in the slide and will be covered in detail in the later part of the. Well, owing to my content of the previous slides presentation, and appropriate parameters of environment versus type of metrics have been laid down to make you understand. And I will request you all that before concluding that I encourage viewers to complete the metrics with the 11 environmental parameters that are in subject purview of ESG framework. This understanding will facilitate the next presentation, issues related to climatic change, a challenge for corporate ESG in India. So don't forget to subscribe my channel and stay tuned for the next week for this interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome again in continuation of my previous presentation on the environment and now exploring climatic change, a challenge for corporate ESG in India. Climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing India today. India is already witnessing changes in rainfall pattern, rising temperature, and increased frequency of extreme weather events like floods, drought, and cyclones. One major contribution to climatic change across the globe, including India, is the greenhouse gas emission from human activities. India's emissions have been rising steadily over the past few decades, though its per capita emissions are still below the global average. Key sources of emissions in India includes energy production from fossil fuels like coal, increasing vehicle emission due to rising number of vehicles, emission from factories and industries, changing land use pattern, and agriculture activities like paddy cultivation, fertilizer usage, and livestock rearing. Despite the upcoming many alternative energy conservation techniques like wind, solar, hydro, etc., coal has been the mainstay of India's energy sectors for decades. As India pursues economic growth, its appetite for coal still will continue to rise, leading to higher level of coal consumption for energy. This is a major contributor to India's greenhouse gas emission. Deforestation is another concern. While India has increased its overall forest cover in recent years, some researchers argue that the quality of forest is declining due to legal and illegal logging. Loss of forests reduces carbon sequestration from trees and leads to other environmental issues like soil erosion, water scarcity, loss of biodiversity, etc. Waste management is also a growing challenge. Rapid urbanization in India has led to exponential increase in the municipal solid waste level, most of which end up with the landfills. The decomposition of organic waste in landfills produces methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Apart from emission, experts believe changes in the monsoon could also impact India due to climatic change. India is heavily dependent on the 4-month southwest monsoon season for the majority of its annual rainfall. Rising temperature due to global warming are likely causing shift in the monsoon pattern over India. Some studies suggest the monsoon is getting weaker over the past century. Any fluctuation in the monsoon can disrupt India's agriculture output and causes water shortage for hundreds of millions of people, thereby affecting livelihoods, food security, and the economy of the country. Tackling climatic change requires global cooperation as impact transcends national borders. Hence, India also needs to proactively contribute to reducing the global greenhouse gas concentration. Financially, politically, and policy leadership lies at the bottom of all the recommendation for a thriving climatic change policy for India. Regional, state, national and global involvement are the most effective key for India to meet its aspiration of a climate resilient planet and achieve long-term sustainable growth. So now let us explore the environment component under the ESG framework. As pointed out earlier in my presentation, there are 11 major elements related to environment. I will have a glance at all the points shown in the slides. Reducing carbon emission across operations and value chain is imperative to mitigate climate change risk. Businesses needs to measure, report and reduce carbon emission through improving energy efficiency, installing renewable energy, electrifying process and switching to low carbon material. Adopting clean technology using green fuels and investing in carbon offset can accelerate decarbonization. Analysis carbon and water footprint by tracking emission and water usage in all activities is crucial for ESG. Strategies like water recycling and rainwater harvesting need implementation to improve water use efficiency. Life cycle assessment helps understand the environmental footprints across product life cycles. Controlling emission of greenhouse gas like carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide is also vital to reduce climate impact. Monitoring major greenhouse gas emission sources and investing the abatement technology to improve the industrial process and energy generation is important. Adopting ambitious net zero target by balancing emissions with removals in gaining prominency in mitigating climatic change contribution. Businesses need short and long-term plan to achieve net zero through clean energy, electrification, carbon capture and growing carbon sink. Sustainable waste management through reduction, reuse, recycle and recovery approaches across operation is critical. Responsible waste disposal, recycling initiative, avoiding food loss and waste and developing waste to energy and waste to resource system are key focus area. Green logistic by optimizing transport and switching to renewable fuel can decrease environmental footprint across supply chain. Procuring climate-friendly raw materials and packaging also boosts green supply chain efforts. Promoting recycling, remanufacturing and product takes back systems create a circular economy that maximize resource utility and minimize waste. Designing products and process for durability, recyclability and recycled content usage aids circularity. Energy conservation across facility, process and equipment by tackling energy performance, retrofitting inefficient systems and utilizing renewable energies helps to reduce emission and optimize cost. Thus, a multi-dimensional ESG strategy encompassing these key environmental components can help drive sustainability across a company's value chain. The focus must be on innovation, technology adoption, stakeholders collaboration, and robust monitoring and reporting. Environmental stewardship is vital for building competitive advantage and a resilient future business landscape. In my last presentation, I appealed to the viewers to classify these 11 elements of the environment according to their industries in which one is serving. Do you know what are the benefits of doing such classification? Let me explain you in detail. The moment you think about the environmental parameters to be integrated with the industry, immediately you realize that first comes in mind is related to the product and the process involved in it, and later comes to a raw material, where one develops the cause and effect relation of the process being involved in producing the desired product. The moment we think about the process, the first thing required to produce the desired material is related to the green raw material and what significance it has in the ESG framework about the environment. There are 5 major characteristics of green raw materials used in process units typically, such as one is renewable. Green raw material are sourced from the renewable sources that can be regenerated with a reasonable time break. The other is related to sustainable, means the extraction of the production of the green raw material does not, despite natural resources, harm the environment significantly. third is related to green raw material having lower carbon and water footprint than traditionally raw materials, resulting in reduced greenhouse emission. Fourth is related to green raw materials that are non-toxic and do not threaten human health or environment during their production. And the last is related to ethical sourcing. Green raw material are sourced ethically, ensuring fair labor practice and responsible supply chain management. Once you think about these 5 points, it strikes immediately in our mind related to green technology products, which are result aims to reduce waste, cut pollution, and even diminish fossil fuels use. Some of the important types of green technology products includes energy creation products, green chemicals, sustainable or recyclable products, and technology that provides renewable alternative energy. The key environment components that required focused strategies for ESG compliance includes carbon emission, carbon and water footprint, greenhouse gas emission, net zero goals, waste management, green logistics, recycling, circular economy, and energy conservation. This in turn promotes the concept of green investment that focuses on companies or projects committed to the conversion of natural resources related to low emission energy supply, including renewable energy. Other is to pollution reduction, that is use of biofuel and nuclear energy efficiency in the energy supply and energy consuming sector. And the last is other environmentally conscious business practices such as carbon capture, sequestration, including deforestation and agriculture. Thus, the concept of green bonds emerged typically aligned with the international standards such as the Green Bond Principle or the Climate Bonds Initiative Standard, which are debt instruments that finance projects with positive environmental benefits such as renewable energy projects, energy efficiency improvement, or waste management initiative. These activities under green bonds are subject to independent verification to ensure compliance with the Green Bond Principle, with regular reporting on the environmental impact of the project funded by the bonds. This helps the investors in green bonds are increasingly looking for transparency and accountability in the use of proceeds and the environmental benefits achieved. I hope by now the viewers have understood the significance of the environmental elements under the ESG framework. During my previous presentation on the environment, I gave much importance and comparison of ISO with Indian prevailing laws related to the environment. Both ISO and the Indian Act's rules serve crucial roles in environmental protection. ISO standards provide a global benchmark for best practices, while the Indian Acts and rules serve as a legal framework with enforceability. Gearing up with the ESG commitment, integrating robust environmental management into India's growth story, with investors and stakeholders worldwide increasingly focus on ESG parameters. Indian enterprises must urgently embrace a robust environmental management system to showcase their sustainability credentials. The ISO 14001 standard guides holistic and integrated systems to minimize environmental impact across operations. Beyond just compliance, the goal must be continuous improvement in environmental performance through the top management commitment, quantitative monitoring of carbon emissions, energy and water usage, waste generated, and greenhouse gas emission, internal audits, preventive and corrective action, employees training, and stakeholder engagement. Leveraging the life cycle assessment tool as per ISO 14064 to accurately measure greenhouse gas emission across the value chain, which includes the scope 1, 2, and 3, is a key for science-based target setting and net zero planning. Ambitious action on reducing emission, switching to renewable energy, zero waste system, and carbon sequestration is vital in India's race to net zero by 2070. However, the ESG imperative goes beyond the operational boundaries. Enterprises must advocate the enable sustainability across their ecosystem of suppliers, dealers, vendors, partners, and consumers. Building awareness and playing a stewardship role for the environment by setting examples, handholding stakeholders, providing access to green technology, and even financial sustainable transition foster positive ripple effects. Transitioning to renewable energy, embracing circular economy and nature-based solution, optimizing logistics, preventing deforestation, and partnering with the SME and farmers to adopt regenerative practice helps green the wider value chain. This creates a shared value. Finally, supporting robust carbon market and pricing in India through voluntary and compliance mechanism catalysts meaningful climatic action. Putting a value on emission reduction, incentive investment, unlocks climate finance and mainstream climate consideration in decision making by businesses and individuals alike. With the Glasgow Climate Pact stressing Article 6 market mechanism and India's net zero trajectory, enterprises must gear up, integrate carbon market as part of their mitigation portfolio through high quality carbon credit and offset. The message is clear. Enterprises who proactively incorporate environmental management system, life cycle thinking, net zero planning, supply chain sustainability and carbon market at the core of the ESG blueprint will gain a competitive edge, contribute to the national goal and build climate resilience for the future. The time for action is now. Now we'll see the status of carbon emission in India. India's soaring population of 140 million and fast-growing economy have resulted in India's carbon emission rising dramatically in the last 2 decades. This growth has seen India in 2021 become the world's third largest emitter of the greenhouse gas after China and US. The 8.2% rise in the India's annual CO2 emission for 2023 would be more than the double the expected increase in China, which is set to see a 4% growth this year. Nevertheless, India's per capita greenhouse gas emissions are well below the global average at just 2.8 ton carbon CO2 emission. Additionally, India's contribution to historically cumulative CO2 emission is also far less than other major economies at less than 4%. India has made several commitments to address carbon emission. First is India has committed to achieving the net zero emission target by 2070. Second is India aims to reach a non-fossil fuel energy capacity of 500 gigawatts by 2030. Next is India plans to fulfill at least half of energy requirement via renewable energy by 2030. India aims to reduce CO2 emission by 1 billion ton by 2030. Other is India plans to reduce carbon intensity below 45% by 2030. Well, last but not the least is India is committed to reducing the emission caused by the activities for the nation's economic growth by 45% by the year 2030 from 2005 levels. These commitments were part of India's Panchtantra declaration at COP26. However, under current policy, India overall emissions are still expected to rise beyond 2030. To ensure a fair contribution to the global climate crisis, India emission would need to stay below the emission projected under the current policy. To date, major confusion arises among the industries as to which is the official authorized body to measure the carbon emission. In India, the measurement and regulation of carbon emission for industries fall under the purview of the various government agencies and regulatory bodies. The primary authorities responsible for monitoring and regulating carbon emission in India are Central Pollution Control Board is the apex regulatory body for environmental protection in India. The CPCB set emission standard for various industries and conducts periodic inspection to ensure compliance. State Pollution Control Board. Each state in India has its own State Pollution Control Board which work in coordination with the Central Pollution Control Board and monitor emission from industry operating within their respective state. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the central government ministry responsible for formulating and implementing policies and regulation related to environment protection and climate change. It works in collaboration with CPCB to set national environmental standards and policies. National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration of Laboratory in India that performs emission testing and analysis. Accredited laboratories are authorized to conduct emission measurements and provide accurate data for regulatory compliance. Indian Forest Service is responsible for monitoring and managing forest cover and carbon sequestration efforts. Forests plays a crucial role in mitigation carbon emission by absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere. Bureau of Energy Efficiency, while focuses on energy efficiency, it also focuses a role in emission reduction by promoting energy efficient technology and practices in industries. Other additional agencies are the National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, approved certification bodies to train and certify energy auditor, and additionally, industry may also engage third-party environmental consultants. Industry needs to adhere to emission and standard and regulatory requirements set by these authorities. Compliance with the emission standard is often mandatory, and industries are required to install emission control equipments and regularly monitor and report their emission. Non-compliance can lead to penalties and legal action. So in summary, CPCB, SPCB, accredited private agency and in-house team conduct primary emission measurement and monitor for industries as per the central and the state government norms in India. Well, these slides look methods of carbon emission in India. Some of the key methods used for measuring carbon emission from industries in India are direct emission measurement. This involves real-time monitoring of actual stake emission using continuous emission monitoring system installed at source. Parameters like CO2, CO, particulates, SO2, etc. are tracked to compute carbon emission, mandatory for large industries under pollution control norms. Emission factor establishes the average emission rate of pollutant from given source based on source design, fuel type, operating condition, etc. Used where continuous monitoring is not feasible. Industry-specific emission factor guidelines are published by CPCP and NCTL. Another is mass balance approach. This is calculated based on the material consumption process input and efficiency, energy input and output while accounting for removals, transfer and storage using conversion of mass principle, suitable for refineries, cement, steel plants, etc. Another is based on the fuel calculation. Emission estimated based on quantity of fuel consumed, their calorific value and default CO2 emission factors for respective fuels as prescribed by IPCC guidelines or local norms. Simpler method subject to availability of reliable fuel usage data. Another is the most important is life cycle assessment. Evaluate emissions across the full product life cycle from raw material extraction, production, transportation, use phase and waste management. Provide comprehensive estimates but more complex. Another is emission model. Mathematical models stimulate chemical reaction and processes to estimate emissions from input operating data. Recommended for vessels, power plants, oil and gas industries, etc. with a high accuracy. Last but not the least is the ambient air quality control. Track CO2 level in ambient air using automated air analyzer around the industry to estimate carbon footprints, supplementary and may be influenced by other source. While other methods like data logger and sensors, remote sensing technology, carbon accounting software, carbon credit and offset, and personal audit and inspection are some other method to know the carbon emission. The choice of method depend on the complexity of the operation, relates reliability requirement, instrumentation availability, regulatory norms and technical capabilities. A combination of approaches may be adopted for comprehensive and monitoring. Now let us see issues and challenges of carbon emission in India. India faces a multifaceted challenges in reducing carbon emission as a rapidly developing economy. While making strides in renewable energy, issues like high fossil fuel dependency, balancing growth and emission policy gaps, social concern, and equity consideration persist. Heavy reliance on coal for over 70% of electric exacerbates emission and air pollution. Transportation and other sectors also extensively use fossil fuels. Rapid industrialization and economic growth make regaining in emission harder. Implementation and enforcement of policy suffers from lack of concrete plans, inadequate funding and expertise, weak monitoring, and poor coordination across governance level. Transitioning away from fossil fuels poses risk of job loss and energy affordability issues requiring careful management. India argues for differentiated responsibility, highlighting its low historical per capita emission and the need of developed nations to provide financial and technological support. Effective international collaboration is crucial for accelerating India's clean energy transition. Additional challenge arises from deforestation, reducing natural carbon sink, and climate change impact exacerbating the situation. Competing development priorities like energy access and lack of affordable low-carbon alternative for major emitting industries like steel and cement add to complexity. Data gaps inhibits robust target setting and policy formulation. Monitoring and reporting capabilities need strengthening. Shifting away from fossil fuel intensive lifestyle requires a huge behavioral transformation. However, India is demonstrating commitment through ambitious goal of net zero by 2070 and boosting renewable. India's like perform, achieve and trade and ROP are driving energy efficiency and renewable adoption. Investing in green technology can unlock cleaner development pathway. Going forward, India must diversify its energy mix towards renewable, improve energy efficiency across sectors, strengthen implementation, enforcement and monitoring of policies, addresses social and economic concerns of affected communities, and foster international cooperation on technology, knowledge, and financial transfer. The path to low carbon growth has challenged but harassing the opportunity and partnership. India can progress climate action while meeting its development needs. India's journey towards a low carbon future is complex and challenging, but by addressing these issues, capitalization on opportunities, it can navigate these landscape and contribute significantly global climate action. Thus, even as India actively engages in climate action, it faces socio-economic realities and structural limitations that constrain the low carbon transition. Supportive international partnership can facilitate overcoming these barriers over the times. One of the remarkable efforts made by the India is the launch of the Green Credit Program for ESG program in India. The Government of India has proposed a draft notification for implementation of the Green Credit Program to promote sustainable lifestyle and incentives climate action. The scheme proposed implementation rule of Green Credit Program, which is positioned as a key initiative under the India's lifestyle of environment movement for engaging citizens and stakeholders in climatic action and environmental stewardship. This voluntary market-based mechanism will enable earning and trading of green credit by individual, communities, business and organizations for undertaking the environmental friendly activities across sectors like agriculture, forestry, industry, etc. Green credit can also from small enterprises to local bodies to private companies. The program aims to leverage competitive market and credit trading to promote conservation, modernization in resource use and low carbon development. The draft rules outline the institutional framework, procedure and safeguards. Overall, the initiative aims to drive impactful climate action through a credit-based reward mechanism. It commences with the title Green Credit Programs Implementation Rule of 2023 with the objective to create a market-based mechanism for providing incentive in the form of green credit to individuals, farmer producer organization, cooperative, forestry enterprises, sustainable agriculture enterprises, urban and rural local bodies, private sector, industries, and organization for environment positive action, and create mass movement around the environment positive action and realize the vision of mission life through a pro-planet people and entities. Further, it makes clear the act by defining the meaning of green credit with the accredited green credit verifier with a registered entity, making more clarity about the registry, thereby giving the significance of or as a third party certifier with a clear defining the terms of verification through the empanel auditors entitled for auditing the entire system of the program. The Green Credit Program will be implemented in phases, starting with the 2 to 3 activities in sectors like tree plantation, water conservation, sustainable agriculture, waste management, air pollution reduction, mangrove conservation, eco-mark labeling, and sustainable building. More activities and sectors will be added in subsequent phase with the government approval. The program aims to promote environmental stewardship through credit-based incentives for climate-friendly actions across these areas. A phased approach allows the iterative development and expansion of the various market mechanisms. The methodology for generating green credit will involve setting activity-specific threshold and benchmark aligned with the legal obligation. One green credit unit will be allocated based on the equivalent environmental outcomes across the sector. Digital process will be developed for self-assessment, registration, credit issuance, performance monitoring, and other aspects of the program. A steering committee comprising the government expert, industries, and stakeholders will govern the Green Credit Program. It will approve procedures, guidelines, and process, make recommendation on activities, sectors, demand creation, review implementation, and advise the government. The committee will monitor and enable the effective rollout of the program. Continuing from the previous slide, let us look forward. The Indian Council Forestry Research and Education will serve as the Green Credit Program Administrator responsible for overall implementation, including the management, monitoring, operation. Key functions include developing guidelines, process and methodologies, constituting experts committee, establishing system for registration, certification, credit issuance, trading platform, and accreditation of the third-party verifier, issuing digital credits, collecting fees, capacity building, compiling reports, and undertaking other tasks assigned by the steering committee and government. The administrator will provide the institutional framework to operationalize the various aspects of the program, spanning registration, monitoring, verification, certification, registry, trading, knowledge of management, and stakeholders engagement. The administrator can constitute technical committee for each activity to develop the methodologies and process for registration and credit issuance. These committees will comprise governments, organization, and subject experts. They will recommend methodologies for credit allocation, measurement, reporting, verification mechanism, and advise on the other technical matters for their respective activity referred by the administrator. As regards the Green Credit Registry and its function, the administrator will establish an electronic Green Credit Registry for recording the issuance, holding, transfer, and acquisition of the credits as per the prescribed standards. Key functions include entity registration and credit accounting, maintaining a secure database of transactions, establishing linkage with other registries, indemnifying entities for security breach, complying with the committee directions and other responsibility defined in the guidelines. The standardized registry will provide accurate tracking and accounting of credit to enable trading among the registered stakeholders as per the specified security protocols. Further, it is related to trading knowledge and data platform where the guidelines for trading platform to exchange green credit will be issued by the administrator with the committee approval. An accredited trading service provider will establish the platform enabling credit trading as per the guideline. Separately, a knowledge of data platform will be an online portal for transparency on activities, sectoral progress, and achievement under the program. It may collate information from credit registry and other sources like best practices and capacity building to publicly showcase program implementation. The Green Credit Program Administrator will accredit entities to serve as a green credit verifier according to the established guideline. The key responsibilities of these accredited verifier includes conducting verification assessment of registered entities and activities and submitting reports to administrative recommending the grant of credit based on their audits. Further, the verifier must also submit annual return to the administrator as per the guideline. Demand generation for credit under the program will be voluntary based with the steering committee recommending measure to spur participation across the sector. Entities registered for compensatory afforestation will need to register with the Green Credit Registry to qualify the credits related afforestation activity. Additionally, the central government can empanel independent auditors to periodically audit the overall functioning, processes, and administration of the Green Credit Program.
Hello, this slide explains the methodology for calculating green credit concerning tree plantation. Very recently, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change in India, through a notification dated February 22nd, 2024, has outlined the methodology for calculating green credit concerning tree plantation under the Green Credit Rule 2023, established under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Rule 5 of the Green Credit Rules empowers the central government to notify the methodology for calculating the green credit. The central government, following the recommendation of the administrator, issues the current notification to specify the methodology for calculating green credit, particularly for the tree plantation as shown in the slide. The entire methodology is explained in bullet points in the slide. The notification mandates the Forest Department of each state and union territory to identify degraded land parcels such as open forest, scrub land, waste land, and catchment area under their jurisdictions for tree plantation. These areas are to be made available to promote activities aimed at increasing the country's green cover, generating green credit under the mentioned rules. The identified land must be free from the encumbrance and have a size of 5 hectares or more. Entitled interested in undertaking tree plantation for green credit can apply to the administrator. Upon receiving the application, the administrator will identify suitable land and assign it to the applicant, who must then submit a proposal for the tree plantation. A demand note including the cost of plantation and administrative expense will be issued to the applicant, who must pay the specified amount within a given period. After payment, the Forest Department, under the direction of administrator, will carry out tree plantation based on the management plan or working plan to be completed within the 2 years from the payment date. Upon completion, the Forest Department will submit a report to the administrator and issue a certificate of completion to the applicant. The administrator, after evaluating and verifying the plantation activity, may generate and issue green credit to the applicant. The credit is calculated at 1 green credit per tree with a minimum density requirement of 1100 trees per hectare, considering a local silviclimatic and soil condition. The green credit can be exchanged to meet compensatory afforestation compliance in case of forest and land diversion for non-forestry purpose as per the applicable law. Furthermore, the generated green credit can be used for reporting under the environmental, social,
and governance, that is ESG, as an ESG indicator or corporate social responsibility following the rules under any prevailing law. The notification established a comprehensive framework to incentivize the tree plantation, contributing environmental conservation and sustainable development while aligning with the broader regulatory requirements. Last slide which I am going to explain is exploring the climate change and knowledge portal, which is largely nobody know about this portal. So I am explaining in very brief. India is a part to measure the international agreement on climate change, including the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climatic Change, the Paris Agreement and the Kyoto Protocol. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and the Climate Change is a nodal ministry responsible for conducting India's responses to climate change in line of the national policies and UNFCCC. Specifically, the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change handles issues related to climate change, including the international negotiation and domestic policies and action. The key responsibilities of the Climate Change Division include submitting national communications and biennial update reports to UNFCCC, coordinating India's National Action Plan on Climate Change, which outline strategies for climate change adaptation and mitigation, leading preparation and implementation of India's national determined contribution for emission reduction under the Paris Agreement, conducting studies to assess climate change impact in India under the programs like the Climate Change Action Program, National Carbonizes Aerosol Programs, Long-Term Ecological Observation Program, and Greenhouse Gas Modeling. Implementing the National Adaptation Funds and climate change to support adaptation in vulnerable areas, encouraging the Indian states to develop state action plan on climate change aligned with the national plan, and last but not the least is representing India in international negotiations on the climate change. All the major milestones related to climate change action activities in context to international agencies are highlighted in the slide. I appeal to all viewers to have a glance to understand the policy of India about the climatic change linked with all concerned international bodies, and please reframe all other notes and concepts which are not officially part of the Republic of India. However, a remarkable milestone India has achieved after introducing the Green Credit Program that aims to incentivize climate-friendly action by generating market-based credit for environmental activities. Overall, it harnesses competitive market to escalate India's sustainable transition, thereby giving much weightage to ESG program in India. I have completed the major elements of the environment for ESG program, but still many elements of the environment under ESG program are yet to be explored and presented for the viewers. Topics like energy conservation, waste and water management, extended producer responsibility, green logistics support system, and circular economy will be covered lately because we want to continue the series related to ESG framework for India. So stay tuned for another interesting topic on nurturing communities, social stewardship in ESG perspective. Please do not forget to subscribe the channel. See you soon. Goodbye for now.
Hello and welcome back. Continuing from my previous topic on the climate change, today I am going to discuss about an interesting topic on greenhouse gas emission, a challenge for corporates. Measuring greenhouse gas emission across all three scopes is crucial for organizations to understand and manage their full climate impact. This comprehensive approach provides a holistic view of an organization's carbon footprint and is essential for effective climate action. Overall, measuring all three scopes of greenhouse gas emission is fundamental to effective climate action. It provides organizations with the data needed to set meaningful targets, implement effective reduction strategies, and contribute to global efforts to mitigate climate change. As businesses and governments increasingly focus on sustainability, comprehensive emission measurement will become not just a best practices but a necessity for responsible and forward-thinking organization. Now let us discuss what are greenhouse gas emission. Greenhouse gas emission are atmospheric gas that traps heat and contribute to greenhouse effect leading to global warming and climate change. The main type of greenhouse gas emissions are: first is carbon dioxide. CO2 is the most prevalent greenhouse gas, primarily released through burning fossils like coal, oil and natural gas, or deforestation and industrial processes. It remains in the atmosphere for hundreds to thousands of years and is the largest contributor to human-induced climate change. Next is methane. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas with a global warming potential about 28 times that of CO2 over a 100 years period. Major sources include livestock farming, rice cultivation, landfills, and natural gas production and distribution. Although it has a shorter atmospheric lifetime than CO2, its impact on short-term warming is significant. The next is nitric oxide, that is N2O, has a global warming potential approximately 265 times that of CO2 over 100 years period. It is emitted primarily from agricultural activities, particularly the use of nitrogen-based fertilizer, as well as from industrial process and the combustion of the fossil fuels and biomass. The last is about the fluorinated gases. These are synthetic gases with a high global warming potential, including hydrofluorocarbon, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride and nitrogen trifluoride. They are used in various industrial applications such as refrigeration, air conditioning, and semiconductor manufacturing. Although emitted in smaller quantity, their potent warming effects and long atmospheric lifetime makes them significant contributor to climate change. Understanding these different types of greenhouse gas, their source and their relative impact is crucial for developing effective strategy to mitigate climate change and reduce global ambition. Let us discuss tools and standards for greenhouse gas measurement. Tools and standards for greenhouse gas measurement are crucial for organizations to accurately assess and report their greenhouse gas emission. Here an overview of some key framework and resources. The first is Greenhouse Gas Protocol. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol, developed by World Resource Institute and World Business Council of Sustainable Development, is the most widely used international accounting tool for government and businesses to understand, quantify and manage greenhouse gas emission. It provides comprehensive guidance for companies and organizations to measure and manage greenhouse gas emission from private and public sector operation, value chain and mitigation actions. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol establishes a comprehensive global standardized framework for measuring and managing emission from private and public sector operation, value chain and mitigation action. Carbon Disclosure Project. The CDP is not a profit charity that runs the global disclosure system for investors, companies, cities, states and regions to manage their environmental impact. It aims to make environmental reporting and risk management a business norm, driving disclosure, insight and action towards a sustainable economy. The CDP framework helps companies and cities disclose their environmental impact. It works with the market force to motivate companies to disclose their impact on the environmental and natural resources and take action to reduce them. The next is Science-Based Target Initiative. The Science-Based Target Initiative is a collaboration between the CDP, the United Nations Global Compact, World Resource Institute and the Worldwide Fund for Nature It provides companies with a clear defined path to reduce emission in line with the Paris Agreement goals. The SBTi defines and promotes best practices in emission reduction and net zero target in line with the climate science. It provides a technical assistance and experts resource to companies who set science-based targets in the line with the latest climate science. Another is related to EPA Greenhouse Gas Emission Factors Hub. The United States Environmental Protection Agency Emission Factors Hub provides the emission factors and global warming potential to help organizations calculate greenhouse gas emission. These factors are essential for converting activity data into emission estimates. The EPA Emission Factor Hub provides a comprehensive set of emissions factors for greenhouse gas inventories. These factors are regularly updated to reflect the latest science and are widely used in greenhouse gas accounting. It's important to note that while these tools and standards provide robust framework for greenhouse gas measurement, they often work in complementary ways. For instance, a company might use greenhouse gas protocol to structure its emission inventory. The EPA Emission Factors Hub to calculate emissions, set target using the SBTi framework and discloses its progress through CDP. Now let us discuss the importance of measuring greenhouse gas emission. Measuring greenhouse gas emission is crucial for organizations across various sectors. Its importance spans several key areas. The first is regulatory compliance. Many countries and regions have implemented mandatory greenhouse gas reporting scheme. For example, the European Union's emission trading system requires large emitters to monitor and report their emission annually. In the United States, the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program mandates reporting for large emission sources. Accurate measurement ensure compliance with these regulations, avoiding potential fines and penalty. The next is investor confidence. Investors increasingly consider climate-related risk and opportunity in their decision making. The Task Force on the Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, that is TCFD, recommends that the companies discloses climate-related financial risks, including greenhouse gas emission, as noted by the TCFD. The inventories, lenders, and insurance underwriters need clear, comprehensive, high-quality information on the impact of climate change. This includes the risk and opportunity presented by